I'm a search and rescue worker. Now, I'm also somebody who loves to be in the great outdoors, and something that I volunteered for was doing some nature tours. We get a lot of tourists where I live, so I didn't have an issue doing this. Where I live, it's very popular even during the winter months, so it meant often that tourists would need some guidance, and just you had to make sure they didn't get lost basically. Now, one area that we went to, you had to take the cable cart things up to the top of a hill, and that was no issue. I was friends with the people that worked there and we had a really good relationship, and on this one particular day we're getting things ready. You had a beautiful view of the city near where I lived from on top of this hill thing, and the tourists would always love to go here. You had to be careful because they're pretty stupid sometimes and they'd actually go almost off the edge. Another colleague joining me this particular day was a ranger, and he told me that he noticed something odd. He saw some footprints which went further off of the normal trail, but they didn't look right. They kind of looked too big. I mean, I know a lot of people wear snowshoes up here, but it almost looked like it was covered in some kind of material. I can only describe it as something fluffy, but not. Almost like it was more porous. Also, the strides were massive, and it didn't look right. Apparently there'd been some reports of some kind of weird person further out from the rest of the group earlier, wearing a white, kind of grey colour coat. They only ever saw the silhouette, but they said that this person looked pretty big. So me and my buddy go to investigate, and we don't have to make it too far. We realise that these tracks are going deep into the woods where we never usually go. And after about 5 minutes of following them, we notice that there's a really bad smell around here, almost like somebody or something had died. I start to panic a little bit, but I feel reassured by the fact that my friend is literally right next to me, and he's had more experience being a ranger than I have a search and rescue worker. Now that was when I saw it. I locked eyes with I don't know what. Now, these eyes were probably about 7 or 8 inches apart, and they're a good 8 feet or so above the ground. I can only describe what appeared to be a Halloween mask, but something with orange glowing eyes was staring at me. And I didn't have to tell my friend about what I was seeing, as he saw it too. I locked eyes with whatever this is for probably about 10 seconds before I heard the most deep growl that I've ever heard in my life. The next thing I knew, my ranger buddy grabbed my hand and we're hiking back in the opposite direction that we come from, constantly looking over our shoulders. We eventually made it back to the station and decided to close off the area for the day. In fact, we closed it off for that whole weekend. We radioed in what we'd seen to some other towers and they said they're going to keep an eye out for whatever this was. The local law enforcement didn't want to know when we tried to explain this to them, thinking that it was just us playing a prank on them, but I still don't know what I saw to this day. I can only describe it as kind of like a Yeti thing, but I don't believe in those, but I don't know what it could have been. So this is a story my dad recently told me about my grandpa, his dad, and my great-grandpa. My grandpa grew up in a very rural southern Indiana, but moved to a very rural southern Illinois in his youth. So this takes place in Illinois. One night, Grandpa and his dad were hanging outside at his uncle's who lived a couple of miles away. Keep in mind, this is in the 40s out in the country, so all of the roads are basically dirt. Anyway, it was pretty late, so they decided to head home. Hopping into their old car, going probably about 15 miles per hour through those old wooden roads. At some point, as they're driving and talking, they pass something along the edge of the road straight up ahead, and this thing stands upright. They both hunted and are very familiar with any animals or locals that may be around. Neither of them really said anything for a minute. They both looked at each other and said, "What was that?" My grandpa asked his dad, "Do you want to turn around?" And he said no, and they keep driving. My grandpa said it resembled a big owl or small person just standing in the ditch. This happened in 2021 with me and 3 of my friends when we decided to go out to a late night walk through the forest in Mission, BC to a small lake at night. We were at the bushes before the train tracks and we were standing there contemplating whether it is actually a good idea to move forward, going further into the forest past the train tracks. For some reason we stood there and 2 of my friends felt uncomfortable that they're actually going anywhere. And I, on the other hand, with my other friend, are feeling rather adventurous, but eventually we all decide to walk. So we stood there, and we were like, why don't you guys want to go in? You could just tell that they felt uncomfortable and wanted to leave. So we waited a bit longer, then both me and my other friend felt uncomfortable and decided it's not a good idea to go. Then we hear things in the bushes a couple of feet away, like something stepped on a branch, but there was no other sounds whatsoever. It wasn't a small branch either, like a thick one, and it wasn't like a snap, it was like a really loud crash sound, like something really big was there. No sounds of bushes moving or anything like that. Now, we all decided it was no good. Felt like we're being observed by something or someone that's possibly dangerous, and we took off back to the truck immediately and left. It was probably just an animal, but it was quite weird. Also, the potential of being stalked out there is pretty scary, especially because there's a group of us and whatever this is wasn't scared. That's the weird part for me. So here's a little less backwards but more country roads of a paranormal story. Every summer, my family and some close friends would all travel up from Southern California to eastern Sierra Nevada mountains along the CA/MV border to the town of Bridgeport. If you've ever been, it's a super cool area, big biker route to Reno, Tahoe, excellent outdoor camping and hiking in Yosemite High Country Ridge, in wildlife. There's crazy old history, and native tribes, and the gold rush of the West all happened there. It has a ghost town nearby it, and one of my favourite things in the world to do, trout fishing. Mark Twain even once stayed in the town back in the day, which I think is cool. The town is small and has your typical 20 buildings, Main Street, USA, to match the feel, all surrounded by rivers, lush meadows with cattle and horse ranches, and absolutely gorgeous wooded snow-capped mountains. We would often camp near Twin Lakes, just outside of the town about 10 miles away, but always made a point to get to town for dinner at this bar, Rhinos, for pizza and beer, at least once during the trip. So, one night we did this, and afterwards, we made our way back to the camp at twilight, just light enough to make out the peaks on the horizon, but it's still densely dark with billions of stars out in force now. Now this back road to the camping area would actually zigzag through the square-cut properties of ranchland. It's a narrow 2-lane, edged by barbed wire and an irrigation channel, and minimal streetlights if any at all. Literally, can only think of one installed by the dude's ranch out here. So we drive back very carefully to camp, having to use our brights due to how dark it is, making sure that we keep an eye out for deers and things. And when we finally pull into camp, my mum immediately says, "Did you see that kid in the swimsuit on the side of the road?" On the side of the road? I say no. Where? On the side of the road, near the cows, who's shirtless walking around, my mum replies. Now I'd been driving behind her and my dad, and there is no way that I could have missed that. Now nobody in our car saw him, and his dad said that he didn't either. When she initially saw him, however, also not shocked, my mum says that she's seen paranormal before. It always seemed to follow her, and she was dead serious. even describing the colour of the shorts, his hairstyle, and said he was walking the same direction that we were travelling, so she couldn't see his face, but had to be in his 20s. So we half-jokingly jumped to the conclusion that maybe it was a ghost. After all, it was dark and late. Nobody else had seen him. Even in the summer Sierra, with high elevation, you could easily kill somebody who wasn't prepared to be out here in the cold at nights, especially shirtless in swim trunks. On a clear night in August, I have woken up in the teens from temperature. And where she was describing is literally in the middle of nowhere. It takes us about 20 minutes just to drive it at a good speed, let alone walk. Especially not in the dark, but I guess anything's possible. The next morning, we get up to learn my idiot friend, the same one who got a big scratch in the previous post, left the caller out for the rest of us and went to bed, and a bear actually got a buffet out of us. So we decided we'll make the most of it and go to town for supplies, some further fishing spots, and dinner again. This time on the way back to camp, I'm driving in front of my parents, zigzagging through the fields, when all of a sudden, there is a bright set of headlights on me. Looking back, I could tell that this had to be some kind of lifted truck, maybe a Bronco or similar, rearing up my SUV. So close at times I thought we were gonna get rammed. I start speeding up a little at first, but the car stays on me. I get annoyed now and concerned. After all, this was a 2-lane road that anybody wanting to pass could easily and safely do so. There was no need for this whatsoever. On top of that, this isn't really somewhere that you'd want to pull over and stop at. And there was also loads of deers around too. But the car kept pressing. My wife, then girlfriend, and friends start to get a little freaked out, thinking about the backwards kind of things that happen here. Now surprisingly, this actually continues through the fields until I get to the final turn before it goes from meadows to woods. And I get a real heavy gut feeling, almost like a scream in my head telling me to slow down, so do or die. I start pressing the brakes hard, fully expecting the truck to ram us. As I do, we're coming around the corner, and sure enough, there's a 6-pack of deer in the middle of the road. I was immediately shaken up. It's always startling when you see animals out of nowhere in the dark, especially big ones. It then dawns on me though, I'm not being blinded anymore, and we definitely didn't get hit. I look back in the mirror and the lights are gone, just gone. No dust in the rear brake lights from the vehicle pulling off the road. Nothing screaming by us in the other lane, and then eventually I see my folks driving up behind us. We're all dumbfounded trying to figure out where this person went. The deer clear the road and we make the rest of the drive to camp, and admittedly, the adrenaline got me irritated, so I started ranting off about how stupid this guy is, how we could have died. When we get out of the cars, my mum immediately starts giving me the typical parent talk, but I get even more annoyed when she calls me stupid for taking off like that, and how lucky I am not to have killed us all, because of the deers. Well, if that guy wasn't riding behind me so close, it wouldn't be an issue. What are you talking about? No one was behind you. Oh, how the tables had turned. Luckily, my wife and friends had experienced everything with me and start chiming in about the truck. I then start talking about how I finally had enough to listen to my gut, and the reason that I decided not to slow down initially and why I had to when I knew the deers were there. It gave my mum chills. She apologised but told me to be careful next time, but then started laughing and saying how weird the whole trip had been. I'll give this to my mum. She never did call us crazy for what we experienced in life, which is something that I think a lot of parents neglect for their children. It's funny because I've always had similar experiences, but I never expected to have one myself. This road also hasn't given us any issues before or since, but I'll admit, I drive it a lot more cautiously now. I always wonder if the shirtless guy and the truck was somehow connected, but never found out anything. The Lord only knows, I guess. I'm a ranger, and I'm someone who's fairly obsessed with fitness. This meant that I often went on different runs. I think I got into it because my mum used to do it and I liked the way that it made me feel. When I was younger, I would never really go jogging far. I would only go up the road and back. I eventually made it a bit further and went past my own street, across a bridge. Eventually I decided to go a bit further and actually went up to a fire station that wasn't too far away from where I lived. And eventually, I could do a big loop. The only problem that I found with the road is that it was very close to other cars, so it basically meant that what would happen is you'd always have to be really careful. I remembered once that I had a bad fall. It was really slippery and I hurt my hip, and I decided that I couldn't actually go work for a few days because of it. Now the real danger of this is that I could have really easily slipped into the road. I actually moved town not long after, and I continued to do my jogging. The area that I moved into had lots of different hills, so I also found this to be very exhausting. I didn't realise that it would make such a big difference going on an incline, but my god does it make the biggest of differences to how you feel when you jog. Now, through my line of work, this became an especially handy tool. I found that I had better natural fitness than all of the other rangers there, and it also meant that I could take calls which were much deeper than everybody else without having an issue. I mean, especially the ones where that you'd actually have to take a lot of gear with you because of how far it was. There's one story that I'd like to share with you first, and that's what happened to me one day when going for a jog. Now this actually didn't happen to me while I was on duty, but in another time. And I remembered this one because I sprained my ankle. I hadn't really sprained my ankle before, so it was especially painful to me. I remember I stopped for a while, and I noticed that it was almost dark as I made my way back out of there. I remembered that I saw something strange and glowing though that I couldn't quite explain up ahead. It almost looked like somebody had a street light with a filter on it, and I go to see what this is. To my absolute amazement, there's a bluey green glow like I've never seen before covering all of the plants, and I feel kind of drawn into this. That's when I encounter what I can only describe as some kind of being. It was all black, but I could see the silhouette and eyes. It wasn't that tall, it was about 5 feet in total, and it raises its hand up and touches me. I don't know what this is, but I remembered feeling extremely lightheaded and nauseous. I then woke up, what felt like only 10 minutes but turned out to be hours according to my watch, and everything was completely normal and as it should be. Weirdly, I then realised that my foot is healed and I'm in no pain whatsoever, and I quickly find my bearings and make my way out of there. I'm constantly looking around, and for some reason I don't have any fear in this situation. What was weird is I can see where I fell down earlier, but it's almost like I've healed too quickly and you can see scabs and scars on my knee where I fell. I eventually get back to safety, and I tried to find that spot again since, but I've never been able to find it successfully. Now years ago, I moved from a very small town to a remote valley out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by national forests and not many neighbours. It was just what I'd always wanted. At that point in my life, I'd been a paramedic for about 4 or 5 years. Being an outdoorsy, civic-minded sort, I decided to volunteer for the services with a local search and rescue organisation. With being such a tiny, poorly funded organisation, we were kept surprisingly busy. In the 9 years I was with them, we'd have at least one rescue, sometimes several, every weekend, spring through fall. The majority of these calls were roughly 100 miles of poorly maintained fire trails, which are very popular with dirt bikes and quad riders, when they'd inevitably get lost or get into a wreck or injured. We'd head out and track them down and give them some medical care, and then fly out on a helicopter and try and help them get out of there. Now, about 2 weeks after joining, and with zero training beyond what I'd learned as a Boy Scout and medic, I get my first call. A group of dirt bikes from the city had lost a member of their party. For some reason, they had put their least experienced rider at the back of the group of a dozen or so, and took off into the woods. When they returned to the trailhead 4 hours later, the inexperienced guy went missing. They set out again and looked for him for 4 or 5 hours and then gave up and called 911. The timing from the initial 911 call until we had a squad assembled at the trailhead was actually impressive. It was no more than 20 minutes, but we're already 8 or 9 hours behind the ball. We did a very quick briefing, distributed maps and divided into teams and then set off. They put me on a quad with the most experienced guy and we headed out. The plan was for each 2 to 3 person team to take on one of the longer trails that ringed around, and then, after searching, we'd systematically work out into the shorter, maze-like trails up in the interior. This was to be a hasty search, none of the grid search stuff, just looking for clues. I don't know what I expected. Expecting maybe a few dirt roads through the woods or something, but these trails are honestly a nightmare. They're extremely rugged, technical trails, where you really had to know what you were doing and where you were going, or you'd never make it out. The GPS also rarely worked due to the rugged terrain and tree coverage, and radios and cell phones weren't much use either. The maps didn't account for all the random trails that riders would make. The only marked roads were fire breaks, and mileage-wise those accounted for maybe 10% of trails. Why this guy hadn't been partnered with somebody or put to the front is beyond me. For hours, I'm caked with mud, bleeding from being hit by branches and exhausted and just done. We take a water break and hear broken radio traffic that sounds like a bike has been found but no rider. It's only a couple of miles from us, so we head in that direction. When we get there, the bike is off to the side of the road, along with the quads of other teams, but we can see them a few 100 feet in the woods. We walk over and find them looking down for the missing person, who is unfortunately passed away. On first glance, his eyes appear open, but it turns out they're not. It didn't make sense though. His bike still had gas in it, he had water and food. He's a healthy guy in his late 20s. What happened? It looked almost like he put his bike down and passed away. We wrapped him in blankets, then put him on stokes and took him to the trailhead where a coroner was waiting. About a week later I ran into the coroner and asked for the cause of death. The pathologist's determination was cardiac dysrhythmia, secondary or extreme anxiety. I mean, the guy literally died of fright. Up until that point I didn't think this was a thing. I'm always wondering what was going through his head. Was he afraid of the woods or being lost? If so, then why did he not just go on the path? Why did he have to go blindly into the woods? I'd probably spent too long out in the woods because I become incredibly comfortable out there. Every so often, I'd hear or see something that I couldn't explain, but it never really unsettled me. Now, I really had a knack for being out in the winter. I don't know why, I just really liked it. There was something about being out and the added silence that really was something I found peaceful. What made it all the better was the fact that I had a beautiful house that my family owned that was surrounded by miles and miles of forests. Now this house was quite some ways up a hill, and it was somewhere that I loved going to. It wasn't necessarily modern, and you actually had to use a stove fire, I think that's what you call it, to stay warm. We'd even use candles sometimes to stay warm up there. Now, I remembered when I was a bit younger something weird that happened. Now, I'm gonna have to tell you this from my dad's perspective because I don't really remember it clear enough, but this is what my dad said happened. So we're staying up there during one winter, just because the place is so beautiful and to try and have a nice family holiday. I was working really hard at the time and I needed the break and clearness, so we headed up there. The first couple of days were absolutely beautiful, and it gets to Christmas Eve. We have all of the presents set up and a really nice Christmas tree, and this is a real one, not like the modern ones. We even have the fire going and it's really peaceful. My two kids at the time were really excited to see Santa Claus. There's my son and my daughter. Now, my daughter was a little bit younger but still believed in Santa, even does partly to this day. Well, that's a lot more than my son, which is why my story gets a bit weird. So, we put the kids in bed and it's just me and my wife laying there happy. Now, suddenly, my son runs in the room saying, Daddy, I saw Santa Claus out the window. Now, obviously realising something's completely wrong, I get up. I realise that my son's not just going to make this up and I kind of panic a little. I run out to the window and I don't see anything. He says, "Look, Santa's gone off running." I open the window and put my head out and ask my son to show me where. I quickly close it and grab my son and run out the front. And, what do you know? There's a silhouette of somebody running off in the distance into the tree line. I scream out, hey, but they don't respond. They seem absolutely panicked and maybe injured. They were running a little weird. From what I can make out, they're very old and have quite a long beard, and there's not much else I can see. But this definitely wasn't Santa Claus. I chased off after them as quick as I could, but they must have really took off because I never saw them again. I wasn't stupid enough to get lost in the woods trying to track this person down, but I realised something's really off. I eventually go back to my worried wife and son and I tell them not to worry about anything. I then say, oh, Santa's come too early, almost like a joke trying to get my son to calm down, but it actually works. The daughter was also a bit upset but much happier after realising this. In their minds, I just chased off Santa and I was a monster, but in my own, I knew what happened. I asked my son to describe what happened and he said he was laying there half asleep in bed when he opened his eyes and saw Santa Claus staring at him through the window. I said how long was he there, and he said he doesn't know, but it must have been a while because he felt like somebody was there for quite some time. Apparently, he thought that maybe Santa was near and decided to pretend he was asleep for a good 10 minutes, just in case Santa was actually there about to deliver presents. Yeah, you can imagine how that made me feel, and I called the authorities, but unfortunately they didn't find anybody. So yeah, that was my dad's story, and now I find it as creepy as heck. From my perspective, it was literally just me waiting to see Santa, but looking back on it now, it really makes me feel sick. I hate the fact that things like this happen. I still have no idea who that person is, and honestly, sometimes when I'm out there on my own, I hope I find them just so I can give them a good beating, but I'll never know who it was, but it still freaks me out. Nothing too similar to that's actually happened since, and I'm quite grateful for that. Other than that, I had a really good childhood. Now, there's one other pretty creepy thing that I know that happened from when I was a bit younger, also related to this. Now, I had a friend who I'll just call Jack for the sake of this, who was my best friend at the time. Near Jack's house and not too far from the house that we had, there was a really nice wooded area. This was kind of secluded away from everything, and I don't know, it just had a certain vibe to it and we had lots of fun there. One of our favourite things that we could do was climb up a really big old tree. I remembered we'd do it sometimes if we heard other people, just because we didn't want them to intrude on us and make us jump, or I don't know, we were just kids so we were a little bit worried. Now, earlier in the day, we'd been doing some stupid things. We'd been stealing some firewood off somebody's front drive. Now, when we'd run up on the driveway, one of us would keep lookout and the other would go and grab the logs. I don't know why we did it, we literally had no use for these things, but I guess it's just a thing to do at the time. Now, we didn't actually like the people who lived here, mind you, because every time we play games outside, they would get really angry. I remembered one time we were playing catch or something and the ball went into this person's yard, and this old man comes out, grabs it and literally doesn't give it back again. I mean, we're literally kids having fun and he can't stand it. Like he had nothing better to do other than this. Well, hey, now was time for our payback. Now, after getting as much wood as we could pretty much handle without making it too obvious that we'd taken them, we head back to the tree. Now, we played a few games until we heard a voice screaming. They were calling out, "Hey, hey, I know you're up there. Hey." So, what did we do? We panicked. I ran behind the big tree and immediately began climbing, but my friend Jack, he wasn't really a good climber, and he needed all the help he could get. He started climbing up the tree and actually got a cut on his leg and started to panic, and I had to go down to rescue him. Eventually he was okay and decided to keep going higher. I told him not to and that it's a bad idea, but he didn't listen. I was in quite a good point, just out of sight where I could peer around the tree and see what was happening up ahead. Now, there wasn't too much happening up ahead at first, so I actually grew relatively relaxed at this. Now, not too much longer later, we can hear the voice, but much louder. They say, "Hey, I know you're here. What are you doing?" But this voice sounded different. It sounded far too deep. I also saw a couple of flashlights. It was now getting a bit dark, and I thought, God, I'm really in trouble now, and I really hope that my parents don't find out. Yeah, it wouldn't have been the best if my dad had found out, because he actually warned me about playing out here, so I wasn't looking forward to potential consequences, and at the same time, I was willing to do everything I could to try and minimize the risk of getting that whooping off my dad. So I'm playing it safe. Now, they ended up coming literally to the base of the tree. One of them whacks on the base of it, saying, "Come on, we know you're out here," and my heart falls through my chest. All they have to do is look up just a little bit and they're gonna see me, and I can now see that it's a group of angry adults, until eventually they make their way. Now, we stayed up this tree for God knows how long, and I didn't make any communication with my friend. I knew it was a bad idea because it's going to be obvious that we're talking, and I didn't know if these people were waiting for us. I was 100% certain it was the people annoyed about us taking their wood. Also, when they left, I could see them carrying things which I'm pretty certain was a firewood, but I thought, well, at least I avoided my dad. But the problem is now that it's growing very late, and I'm gonna get in much more trouble if I'm not home in time. I knew the best bet now was to say that I was gonna stay at my friend Jack's house. Now, this is something I've done a few times before and that I actually really enjoyed during sleepovers, but today I didn't really want to have to do that if I didn't have to, but it was looking that way. Now, eventually I say, "Jack, Jack," and I don't hear a reply, so I realise that something's off now. I say, "Jack, come on, where are you?" And I look up the tree, and I realise that he's gone. Thinking, how could this guy have possibly gone further? I start climbing higher and higher, until I realise that he's not there. I think, God, did he get captured? In my mind, this is the last I'm ever going to see of my friend, and I actually feel a little bit scared, and this is the first true panic set in. I eventually make my way down, and I actually hurt myself getting off the tree. I didn't judge the fall very well, and my God, I don't know how I didn't break my legs. I was quite frustrated at myself for losing my friend, and I knew I had to look for him. Now, I sat down, and it's very dark. I take one step and I hear a loud sound, which immediately I realise is a frog, and I calm down a bit. I realise just how jumpy I am now, and how unsettling everything's making me. It was getting a little bit cold too, and I wasn't really dressed too well for the weather. Now, I start making my way in a new direction that I haven't been before. This is through the very high grass. Now, I make it quite a long way along here, saying, "Jack, Jack, where are you? Jack, I need you now. We have to go." Now, the last thing that I wanted to do was go out of here without my friend, but I really don't feel like I have much of an option now. I think, God, why couldn't we have just done something normal, and kind of cussed myself out for a bit. I continue walking, wading further and further through this tall grassy stuff until eventually I hear someone whistle. I drop down really quickly and turn back to see what it is. Now, initially I see somebody waving, but because of the fear, I can't really see clear and it takes a second for my eyes to adjust. Then I realise it's Jack, in the tree. He says, "Hey, it's clear." I say, "Jack, for God's sake, how did you go up there? I was just there." And he said, "Hey, look, I come down, just come back quick. Don't move another inch forward." And I don't. I then start coming back the way that I went, and I realise that it's quite soggy ground around here. Now, I didn't realise how much ground I'd covered because it takes me quite a long time to end up catching up with my friend again. He says, "Hey, come here, no seriously," and I kind of think that I'm in danger again, so I start up the tree. I eventually make it to where my friend is, and I say, "Where did you go?" And he says that he couldn't hear from me and he was worried that they had done something and couldn't spot me where I was, so he climbed down as quietly as he could and searched the area, then come back again. I tell him my perspective and he says, "I don't know how we didn't see each other," and I agree. He then says, "Look, I need you to come up here." I'm a little hesitant because I don't want to climb up the tree anymore because it looks dangerous, but he offers to go down, giving me enough space to get up there appropriately and safely. I do that, and eventually make it to almost at the top. As I do so, a large part of the tree falls down and makes a really loud sound, and I'm clung there. I don't want to move any further up now because it's not stable, so instead, I just look around. Now, I then see what my friend was pointing to from further down. Just up to the edge of where the grass is, there's a huge drop. Now, this is almost a cliff like I've never seen before. It's just pure blackness down the edge. I let out a large gasp and say, "How did we not see that before?" And Jack then tells me that I was literally only probably 2 steps away from going off the edge into the water below. Now, I know for a fact that I would have died or would have really seriously hurt myself and probably fell unconscious had I have kept on going any further. What really creeps me out about that situation is just a feeling of realization that I was 1 step away from being really hurt, but honestly having no idea about the danger that I was in. I was really mad at myself, like honestly. But eventually we both make it down again safely, and we decided to go and check how much of the wood they've actually taken back. Jack and I then half joke about actually taking it back again, but we decided to leave it for another time. Now weirdly, we get to the exact spot where the wood should be and it does look different. We have a look around until eventually we find the pile. Now weirdly it was exactly where we'd left it before, but also there was an old busted out computer now next to it. You could see that somebody really had a go at it with a hammer, which we thought was pretty bizarre. We then realised that this is probably what the group of guys were after that we saw earlier. And we suddenly realised that it wasn't the old person that we didn't like or his friend trying to get the wood back. And that gave us chills. Now we're so unsettled by the realisation of this that we actually decided to put the wood back where it was, just so, I don't know, everything is as it seemed before. We kind of want to remove our traces and steps of ever being there, but we realised that it's not really possible. But we still do it anyway. We didn't really say many words and just gave our goodbyes, and I started the long walk home then. I actually lived on the other side of town where we are, and it took quite a while to walk back. Now I can tell you that that walk back was one of the most scary of my life. I was constantly looking around, half expecting them to find me again, and I was actually planning escape routes in case that happened. There was 2 ways that I could go back. One was through a main road and the other was near a big hill, and I decided to go through the big hill. It's just a bit more of a stealthy option and it just made me feel safer, and safety is really important at this time. I eventually made my way back home and I get berated off my parents for coming home so late. I say I'm really sorry in that I was gonna sleep over at Jack's house, but I forgot our number to inform my mum and dad, and I got banned from going out to sleepovers or going to see Jack for a number of months, and that was quite frustrating. But I guess it was kind of the best situation out of what had happened, because I don't know who those guys were out there, or what they were doing with the computer, or who they were looking for, but the whole situation just seems messed up. I'm just glad, like really glad that I didn't fall. And another side note thinking of it is if I had a fell not expecting to fall, I probably would have especially got hurt because I wouldn't have been able to brace myself whatsoever. You know, if something falls on you and you don't see it, it hurts so much more. Yeah, just like that. Now, those are probably the most creepiest experiences that I had during my childhood. Now, I have to bring you to one much closer. Now, this happened around 2 years ago, and it's something that I still think about to this day. Now, there's a few different cave systems near where this house is, and they're ones that I often didn't explore. Now, there's obviously good reasons for this because it can be incredibly dangerous, but I don't know, it can kind of be enticing sometimes. And one time that I was staying up at the house on my own, I decided to go and investigate. Now, it was my fault for not having enough of a structure and kind of losing focus on what was actually important in life, and I thought, hey, why don't I go and explore a cave that I know is kind of creepy and might be an interesting thing and give me something to talk about. And yeah, I got those things, but not how I wanted. So I set off one morning. It was pretty cold out and there was actually snow everywhere still at this point. Now that wasn't too much of an issue, and I actually had some snowshoes designed just for this. Now they were still a little wet from the previous day, but that doesn't matter. There was lots of different kinds of trees and shrubs around me, and there was kind of a few natural paths and breaks in the trees. Now there wasn't any snow falling currently when I set off, which is a good thing, and everything is silent, and that's just how I like it. Now I don't have to get too far until I'm just to where the cave should be, and what do you know, bingo, I find it. Now this cave is basically a big hole in the ground, which I guess most of them are, but there's not kind of like a doorway. There are some rocks which kind of separate it into 3 sections, and I decided to gauge how deep it is. I grab a rock and throw it in, and I don't hear it at first. I realise that it's a pretty deep one, but there's pretty good ways to get down the sides of it, which I actually follow. Now, this cave is quite a lot warmer than outside, and I kind of realise why the cavemen like caves. I had done some caving before, so I wasn't too worried about setting off now. I also had my torch attached to my head, and a few spare ones, which are really important for when you're doing anything like this. When I went in, I thought I was going to find all kinds of cool things, but there wasn't really too much to see at first. Now, I knew this cave wasn't supposed to be too deep, and I liked that. I go to one area, and I can see some really beautiful rock formations which are coming up and dripping down from the ceiling, which I found really nice. Now there were actually some spiders that I saw and I really don't like them, so I decided to continue on. I'm not going to go too far because obviously I'm on my own and I don't want to get lost in here. Now that's one of the stupid things that I'd done, was I didn't inform anybody of what I was doing. I remembered that at one point there was a very strong and sudden wind chill, which I thought was really odd. I hadn't felt anything like it, and I don't know why it just come on so suddenly. Now this was really cold, like noticeably colder than the surrounding parts, which I thought was bizarre. Now I continue on anyway, and I come up to an area where I see something odd. There's a chain swinging on its own. I don't know what this chain is or why it's there, but it's almost self-powered. I wondered whether it was actually a machine or something that somebody had left in there, because I knew nobody else was there but me. I do a quick hey, hello, and I don't hear anything. I think this is pretty bizarre, and I call out again, almost convinced that there should be somebody out there other than me, but no, there's no one. Again, I think this is rather bizarre, and I continue on. I'm almost at my endpoint now, and I don't want to go much further, and I basically avoided the chain, thinking that it's something that could be explained. Now at the time, it didn't hit me how creepy that was, and how bizarre it was that that was left in there. I just thought some other hiker had been in there, or explorer like me, and just left some of their equipment there swinging, and I thought maybe it was somehow motorized. I guess I just wasn't thinking. Now, eventually I hear a whipping sound, and I hear that it's coming from behind me. I turn around again and realise that it's from that chain that I heard before. I'm now convinced someone's in here with me, and I realise that they may need help. I then turn around and go to where the chain is, and it's still swinging like before. I then go up to it, and weirdly, I can see that there's nothing to make it swing. I hold it for a second and let go, and it suddenly stops. Now at this point it wasn't swinging so fast, but I was almost certain that it shouldn't be moving like this, and I'm looking for someone who might be in danger or need help. I call out hey, and again I'm just met with echoes. I use my other torch now so I can see a bit better, but there's still no one. Annoyingly too, I actually cut parts of my head on one of the things hanging down from the rock formation above me. It's not a big cut, but it's annoying because I'm worried it's going to turn septic. I then decide that now is probably a good time to get out of here and start heading back, when I hear something. It almost sounds like a low growl, but it's only for a second and I can't be too certain at what I'm hearing. I think this is pretty weird, and I think maybe there's an animal that's got lost in here. Ah yes, that would make perfect sense. An animal's probably come and brushed it, and I've just been in here creeping myself out. And I decide to continue. I think that I'm getting out here and I don't have any time for it. But then I hear the sound again, though this time it sounds more like a moaning. Now, I'm not entirely convinced that what I'm actually hearing. It kind of sounds like an animal, but it kind of sounds like a person too, so it's pretty hard to figure out what this is. I'm trying to figure out where this sound is coming from, but it's really hard to approximate because of the echoes, until eventually it grows a bit louder and I know where it is. It's somewhere in the inky blackness, not much further ahead. Now I've got to figure out what this is. The curiosity was kind of killing me now, and I take my first few steps towards it. Now the first I noticed of it is when a shadow was cast from my torch. I can see the silhouette of something. Not exactly certain if I wasn't looking at another rock formation. I edge closer, and that's when I see it. Hunched over, in the shape of an elongated human body, is something almost in a praying position. I look up and lock eyes with whatever this thing is, and I see some piercing dark red glowing back at me as my flashlight illuminates whatever this thing is. Now in a split second, I turned around and was bolting out of there as quick as I possibly could. Now I didn't have much time to think. I was like a trapped person with a wild animal trying to get back desperately. What I saw I can only describe as a half human, half statue, half creature, which was really too long and skinny. It had some human features, but I couldn't make out much of a mouth or anything. Just these absolutely disgusting, demonic looking eyes. Now I've done lots of research since trying to find anything similar to what I saw, but I just can't find anything. Now, of course, none of this is going through my head while I'm sprinting back, but I just have this terrible feeling. You know, like when you're running in a nightmare and you can't get away quick enough and your legs aren't moving? Well, imagine having that but also being trapped in a cave and trying not to get lost. Yeah, it was really frustrating. I looked over my shoulder every so often and I can't see anything. But every so often, ever so faintly, I can hear a weeping sound. I don't know whether it was getting closer, and I don't know where it was coming from because of the echoes, but it was sure as heck there. Now in my desperation, I get stuck. I get my arm half wedged in one of the lodges on the way, and I can't get it out. I keep pulling and let out a kind of quiet muted scream as I'm punching my arm, desperately saying, "No, no, no, come on." I keep glancing back every couple of seconds just to make sure whatever that thing is hasn't moved an inch, but I can't see it. I keep punching until eventually I free my arm and unfortunately cut it in the process. I got a nasty gash on my forearm, and again I'm worried about it getting infected. I've now made it about 3/4 of the way out of the cave, and I'm starting to see some lights. The rocks are incredibly jagged in this area, and I'm not going up the way you should. I'm going up the quickest way that I can, and I pay the consequences. As I start climbing the final ascent, some of the rocks fall off, and again I cut my hand. I'm not too worried about it right now, and I'm just desperately trying to get away from this thing. I have to stop for one moment to catch my breath and get ready for the last pull which I need to get up, and that's when I hear it again, the weeping sound. It didn't sound closer than before, but it's still there. I give myself one last pull, and eventually I'm freed from the cave. I climb out as quickly as I can, and I'm constantly looking in all directions. I don't feel like I'm out of danger whatsoever, and I don't know if I'm going to get chased again, so I decide to keep moving quickly. I look back and I notice something dripping down, and to my horror I see blood. I don't know what it is or why it's there when I suddenly realise that it's my own blood and that I need to get back to help quickly. So I continue going through the woods in the cold, feeling very scared on my own, trying to get back to civilization. I have quite a way to go, and I keep telling myself, "You're so stupid, you're so stupid. Why on God's earth did you do that? Why did you go in there alone? What did you benefit from this?" And I don't know, I just felt kind of a deep shame and fear. I don't stop looking behind myself, trying to figure out where this person or thing was. Now, I eventually make it back to the house, and I manage to patch myself up not long before I get into my truck and drive over to the hospital. They give me some shots and help patch me up even better, and that's because I wasn't sure exactly what I'd been cut on. They were worried that it was rusty metal or something like that, and you know, all the other nasties. They asked the same question that I asked myself, which is, why did you go in there alone? I say I don't know, I just felt drawn to it, and I don't actually bother telling them about what I saw. Now, I eventually make it back to one of my friend's houses, and he asked what the cuts were about, and I just made up some excuse. I really didn't want to think about what had happened again. I really pained myself even doing it for this writing. Now, I don't know if the events that I told you about are somehow linked, or whether the creature that watched me through the window is the same one that I had seen in that cave, but whatever I saw, I know wasn't a living person like you and me. I don't know what it was, and it really haunts me. Now, I don't live in America, I live in Scandinavia, and this story happened a couple of years ago, and it's something I'd like to share with everyone today. Now, I was driving to a relatively remote area where I had some family. I was quite excited to see them because I haven't seen them for a number of years. Now, this was in the winter time, so there was snow absolutely everywhere, and it made driving quite difficult, to be honest. Don't worry, from where I'm from this is normal, so I kind of got used to it, and I set off. Now I'd only have to drive for just under a day, which isn't too bad really, but I set out very early in the morning, aiming to arrive near the night time, which in hindsight probably wasn't the best idea because if anything went wrong with my car, I'd be in a big problem, but it didn't happen entirely, so luckily for me things went relatively okay. Now, the first part of the drive-in is completely normal and I feel really good and everything's how it should be. I eventually make it to roughly the midway point and I'm driving through the forest now. There's not really much of a path, so I have to be quite careful. There's still some light snowfall and it's very cold outside, but I have some music playing and I'm feeling pretty good at the time. As I'm driving, there's occasional rockfall from the side of the road that I have to be very careful with because these things are really killers if you're not careful. Now, one thing that I noticed was strange is every time I seemed to look off to the side of the road, my eyes had a really hard time adjusting to what I was seeing. It was almost like my vision would shift for a little bit then go back to normal, but I wasn't too bothered by that. I was just more worried about the big rocks and things. Now as I'm driving, I realised that the rocks are becoming more and more frequent, almost like they're placed in the middle of the road. I remember there was one particularly bad one that I actually had to get out and find a big stick to kind of lever it out of the way. It's one I couldn't have moved without the stick and I was really glad that it actually held up to the task. Upon getting outside, I realised there was a really strange stench that I hadn't smelt before, and it seemed to follow me everywhere I went. Even when I jumped back in my car, it was like I couldn't get the smell off of me. I would roll the windows down every so often to try and get rid of it, but to be honest, it didn't really make much of a difference. I remembered coming up to a junction and my car kind of slid for a couple of seconds. Luckily my car was a bit of a beast and handled it quite well, but it was really worrying to be honest. I had to drive much slower this time. Now staring down the road, I couldn't really see too far ahead of me because of the bends in the woods, but I knew I was going the right way. A quick glance on my phone would confirm that. Now while my tyres were struggling in the snow, I heard a strange low rumble sound outside. Thinking something was wrong with my car, I quickly pull over to the side of the road to have a listen. I lean over the hood of my car when something large falls near me. I look, and another rock has slid off the side again, somewhat obstructing me. I think this is really weird. I go to move it and I hear the same sound again. It's quite a powerful sound, and it's like nothing I've ever really heard before. Thinking maybe it's a large rock about to fall, I quickly get back in my car and make my way on once again. Now I kind of got used to the smell now because I didn't really notice it, or maybe there wasn't much of it around, so I'm pretty content as I continue driving. Now the trees around me are quite tall and almost needle-like. If you look in any particular direction, you can only see far enough before one of the trees blocks your vision. So you kind of feel like you're in an infinity pool of trees. It can be good or bad, but for me it was kind of neither. Now while driving, I seem to get a strange feeling that something's off. Now I end up coming to a particular area where something just feels like I'm not alone and I can't describe it. I decide once again to get out of my car. I can just about make out a jogger off to the side of the road wearing some white snowsuit. And I think this is bizarre because how on earth they could have got here I don't know. But thinking maybe they're in trouble, I quickly hop in the car again and slowly make my way up around a hill to where they should be parked. But strangely, I can't see any tracks at all. I decide the best thing to do is just keep going and try and find somebody. At this slow pace, 5 minutes later I still don't encounter anyone, so I just presume that probably it was in my head and nobody's actually there. I don't know whether you can imagine things from seeing so much white from the snow, or the trees becoming so similar to each other, but maybe that's what I was experiencing. Maybe I was dehydrated. I went to swig some more of my water, but I realised that I drank a lot, and it was unlikely that either of those things were causing it. I come up to another corner, and again there's another rock in the road, and I realise something's off. I come up to a point where I can either go to the left path or right path. Now the left will lead me the right way, but I'm just so curious as to what's made me stop this time, so I get out. Now when I get out, curiosity gets the better of me, and I want to see how this rock got here because there's no way it slid down. I decide to move off to the side of the road, and that's when I'm hit with the smell once again. Now, I don't exactly know what it was, but I had a feeling it wasn't a jogger with me. And yeah, where is he? I decide to look around again when the smell becomes absolutely overpowering. And I can just about make something out, moving across the tree line. Now, this thing or person was moving impossibly quick. It looked like the jogger again, but this time much taller. And the ground was moving a little bit as they did. And the stench was disgusting. I've realised something's gravely wrong now, and I start sprinting. I ended up stumbling initially, but quickly steadying myself again on a tree. I actually pierce a hole in my coat and I'm bleeding a little bit. I quickly make my way back into my car and slam the door. I press the ignition and it doesn't work. I swear and punch the wheel. And as I do that, the horn goes off, and it's extremely loud. Then I can just about make out whatever this figure is sprinting off now in the other direction. I roll down the window just to hear if there's anything, and the silence. There's just snow falling onto my arm as it's out the window, and I can see that thing fade off. I then go to start the engine again, and as it roars into life, there's a horrifying sound which sounds like a very deep guttural growl. Again, like nothing I've ever heard before. That was my cue to get out of there. I rolled up the window and quickly set off on the left path. I'm driving very quickly, to be honest, considering the conditions, but I just about make it. I end up coming onto a main road again, and I basically sped the rest of the way to the family's house. Now, nothing else unusual happened on that trip, but I don't really want to say I believe in some of the Nordic urban legends or any of those other things, but I don't know what it could have possibly been. It could have easily been somebody out there, but I don't know. Something about what I'd experienced that day was really off. I'll leave it for you guys to decide what you think it is, but I haven't really made up my mind as to what happened to me that day. Now, when I was a teenager, around 2004, we used to sneak down through a quiet area of scrub, over the dunes, over to the bench to smoke. Now, I lived in a very small coastal town in mid-north coast of New South Wales. Typical wildlife is possums, wallabies, and maybe occasional kangaroo. Definitely no dingoes, crocs, or other apex predators. One night, as we quietly made our way down the path, we noticed a shuffling, rustling sound in the undergrowth near the path. We stopped moving, and the sound seems to stop as well. There was absolutely zero light except for from houses in the distance and the moon. After a brief pause, we decide to keep moving, and we hear rustling sounds again, and this time notice that something in the bushes were moving. We stopped, and my friend whispered, "God, did anybody see that thing near the trees?" I say I only saw the bushes move. We stood there frozen for a few beats, and in my head, I was weighing up options to either continue on the path or leg it back home. We took a few more steps towards what we heard, and we can hear footsteps almost, with leaves crunching. At this point, I reach out and grab my friend's hand, thinking that maybe we're being followed by someone. It was right then I noticed that I could smell something awful. "What's that?" my mate then whispered to me. I couldn't figure out what was going on now. Now, his voice came out so small it frightened me. We stood there for so long until we heard a low groan/growl sound coming a few meters away. Now, brush-tailed possums are quite common in the area and they make a kind of grunting sound, but they're distinctly higher pitched and more chirpy than what we heard. This was a low, weird sound, kind of like, I don't know, almost a more human sound. Needless to say, we booked it straight back up the path the way that we come. It sounded like a huge commotion of leaves and crunching right behind us, crashing as we ran. Now, it definitely could have been an adult making all of this sound. We never went back to that spot again and will bring it up from time to time trying to speculate on what could have followed us that night. So here's a little less backwards but more country roads of a paranormal story. Every summer, my family and some close friends would all travel up from Southern California to eastern Sierra Nevada mountains along the CA/MV border to the town of Bridgeport. If you've ever been, it's a super cool area, big biker route to Reno, Tahoe, excellent outdoor camping and hiking in Yosemite High Country Ridge, in wildlife. There's crazy old history, and native tribes, and the gold rush of the West all happened there. It has a ghost town nearby it, and one of my favourite things in the world to do, trout fishing. Mark Twain even once stayed in the town back in the day, which I think is cool. The town is small and has your typical 20 buildings, Main Street, USA, to match the feel, all surrounded by rivers, lush meadows with cattle and horse ranches, and absolutely gorgeous wooded snow-capped mountains. We would often camp near Twin Lakes, just outside of the town about 10 miles away, but always made a point to get to town for dinner at this bar, Rhino's, for pizza and beer, at least once during the trip. So, one night we did this, and afterwards, we made our way back to the camp at twilight, just light enough to make out the peaks on the horizon, but it's still densely dark with billions of stars out in force now. Now this back road to the camping area would actually zigzag through the square-cut properties of ranchland. It's a narrow 2-lane, edged by barbed wire and an irrigation channel, and minimal streetlights if any at all. Literally, can only think of one installed by the dudes ranch out here. So we drive back very carefully to camp, having to use our brights due to how dark it is, making sure that we keep an eye out for deers and things. And when we finally pull into camp, my mum immediately says, "Did you see that kid in the swimsuit on the side of the road?" On the side of the road? I say no. Where? On the side of the road, near the cows, who's shirtless walking around, my mum replies. Now I'd been driving behind her and my dad, and there is no way that I could have missed that. Now nobody in our car saw him, and his dad said that he didn't either. When she initially saw him, however, also not shocked, my mum says that she'd seen paranormal before. It always seemed to follow her, and she was dead serious, even describing the colour of the shorts, his hairstyle, and said he was walking the same direction that we were travelling, so she couldn't see his face, but had to be in his 20s. So we half-jokingly jumped to the conclusion that maybe it was a ghost. After all, it was dark and late, nobody else had seen him. Even in the summer Sierra, with high elevation, you could easily kill somebody who wasn't prepared to be out here in the cold at night, especially shirtless in swim trunks. On a clear night in August, I have woken up in the teens from temperature. And where she was describing is literally in the middle of nowhere. It takes us about 20 minutes just to drive it at a good speed, let alone walk. Especially not in the dark, but I guess anything's possible. The next morning, we get up to learn my idiot friend, the same one who got a big scratch in the previous post, left the cooler out for the rest of us and went to bed, and a bear actually got a buffet out of us. So we decided we'll make the most of it and go to town for supplies, some further fishing spots, and dinner again. This time on the way back to camp, I'm driving in front of my parents, zigzagging through the fields when all of a sudden there is a bright set of headlights on me. Looking back, I could tell that this had to be some kind of lifted truck, maybe a Bronco or similar, rearing up my SUV. So close at times I thought we were going to get rammed. I start speeding up a little at first, but the car stays on me. I get annoyed now and concerned. After all, this was a 2-lane road that anybody wanting to pass could easily and safely do so. There was no need for this whatsoever. On top of that, this isn't really somewhere that you'd want to pull over and stop at. And there was also loads of deers around too, but the car kept pressing. My wife, then girlfriend, and friends start to get a little freaked out, thinking about the backwards kind of things that happen here. Now surprisingly, this actually continues through the fields until I get to the final turn before it goes from meadows to woods, and I get a real heavy gut feeling, almost like a scream in my head telling me to slow down, so do or die. I start pressing the brakes hard, fully expecting the truck to ram us. As I do, we're coming around the corner, and sure enough, there's a 6-pack of deer in the middle of the road. I was immediately shaken up. It's always startling when you see animals out of nowhere in the dark, especially big ones. It then dawns on me though, I'm not being blinded anymore, and we definitely didn't get hit. I look back in the mirror and the lights are gone, just gone. No dust in the rear brake lights from the vehicle pulling off the road. Nothing screaming by us in the other lane, and then eventually I see my folks driving up behind us. We're all dumbfounded trying to figure out where this person went. The deer clear the road and we make the rest of the drive to camp, and admittedly, the adrenaline got me irritated, so I started ranting off about how stupid this guy is, how we could have died. When we get out of the cars, my mum immediately starts giving me the typical parent talk, but I get even more annoyed when she calls me stupid for taking off like that, and how lucky I am not to have killed us all because of the deers. Well, if that guy wasn't riding behind me so close, it wouldn't be an issue. What are you talking about? No one was behind you. Oh, how the tables had turned. Luckily, my wife and friends had experienced everything with me and start chiming in about the truck. I then start talking about how I finally had enough to listen to my gut, and the reason that I decided not to slow down initially and why I had to when I knew the deers were there. It gave my mum chills. She apologised but told me to be careful next time, but then started laughing and saying how weird the whole trip had been. I'll give this to my mum. She never did call us crazy for what we experienced in life, which is something that I think a lot of parents neglect for their children. It's funny because I've always had similar experiences, but I never expected to have one myself. This road also hasn't given us any issues before or since, but I'll admit, I drive it a lot more cautiously now. I always wonder if the shirtless guy and the truck was somehow connected, but never found out anything. The Lord only knows, I guess. Now, years ago, I moved from a very small town to a remote valley out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by national forests and not many neighbours. It was just what I'd always wanted. At that point in my life, I'd been a paramedic for about 4 or 5 years. Being an outdoorsy, civic-minded sort, I decided to volunteer for the services with a local search and rescue organisation. But being such a tiny, poorly funded organisation, we were kept surprisingly busy. In the 9 years I was with them, we'd have at least one rescue, sometimes several, every weekend, spring through fall. The majority of these calls were roughly 100 miles of poorly maintained fire trails, which are very popular with dirt bikes and quad riders. When they'd inevitably get lost or get into a wreck or injured, we'd head out and track them down and give them some medical care, and then fly out on a helicopter and try and help them get out of there. Now, about 2 weeks after joining, and with zero training beyond what I'd learned as a Boy Scout and medic, I get my first call. A group of dirt bikes from the city had lost a member of their party. For some reason, they had put their least experienced rider at the back of the group of a dozen or so, and took off into the woods. When they returned to the trailhead 4 hours later, the inexperienced guy went missing. They set out again and looked for him for 4 or 5 hours and then gave up and called 911. The timing from the initial 911 call until we had a squad assembled at the trailhead was actually impressive. It was no more than 20 minutes, but we're already 8 or 9 hours behind the ball. We did a very quick briefing, distributed maps and divided into teams and then set off. They put me on a quad with the most experienced guy and we headed out. The plan was for each 2 to 3 person team to take on one of the longer trails that ringed around, and then, after searching, we'd systematically work out into the shorter, maze-like trails up in the interior. This was to be a hasty search, none of the grid search stuff, just looking for clues. I don't know what I expected. Expecting maybe a few dirt roads through the woods or something, but these trails are honestly a nightmare. They're extremely rugged, technical trails, where you really had to know what you were doing and where you were going, or you'd never make it out. The GPS also rarely worked due to the rugged terrain and tree coverage, and radios and cell phones weren't much use either. The maps didn't account for all the random trails that riders would make. The only marked roads were fire breaks, and mileage-wise, those accounted for maybe 10% of trails. Why this guy hadn't been partnered with somebody or put to the front is beyond me. For hours, I'm caked with mud, bleeding from being hit by branches and exhausted and just done. We take a water break and hear broken radio traffic that sounds like a bike has been found but no rider. It's only a couple of miles from us, so we head in that direction. When we get there, the bike is off to the side of the road, along with the quads of other teams, but we can see them a few 100 feet in the woods. We walk over and find them looking down for the missing person, who is unfortunately passed away. On first glance, his eyes appear open, but it turns out they're not. It didn't make sense though. His bike still had gas in it, he had water and food. He's a healthy guy in his late 20s. What happened? It looked almost like he put his bike down and passed away. We wrapped him in blankets, then put him on stokes and took him to the trailhead where a coroner was waiting. About a week later I ran into the coroner and asked for the cause of death. The pathologist's determination was cardiac dysrhythmia, secondary or extreme anxiety. I mean, the guy literally died of fright. Up until that point I didn't think this was a thing. I'm always wondering what was going through his head. Was he afraid of the woods or being lost? If so, then why did he not just go on the path? Why did he have to go blindly into the woods? So this is a story my dad recently told me about my grandpa, his dad, and my great-grandpa. My grandpa grew up in a very rural southern Indiana, but moved to a very rural southern Illinois in his youth. So this takes place in Illinois. One night, Grandpa and his dad were hanging outside at his uncle's who lived a couple of miles away. Keep in mind, this is in the 40s out in the country, so all of the roads are basically dirt. Anyway, it was pretty late, so they decided to head home. Hopping into their old car, going probably about 15 miles per hour through those old wooden roads. At some point, as they're driving and talking, they pass something along the edge of the road straight up ahead, and this thing stands upright. They both hunted and are very familiar with any animals or locals that may be around. Neither of them really said anything for a minute. They both looked at each other and said, "What was that?" My grandpa asked his dad, "Do you want to turn around?" And he said no, and they keep driving. My grandpa said it resembled a big owl or small person just standing in the ditch. I'm a ranger, and I'm someone who's fairly obsessed with fitness. This meant that I often went on different runs. I think I got into it because my mum used to do it and I liked the way that it made me feel. When I was younger, I would never really go jogging far. I would only go up the road and back. I eventually made it a bit further and went past my own street, across a bridge. Eventually I decided to go a bit further and actually went up to a fire station that wasn't too far away from where I lived. And eventually, I could do a big loop. The only problem that I found with the road is that it was very close to other cars, so it basically meant that what would happen is you'd always have to be really careful. I remembered once that I had a bad fall. It was really slippery and I hurt my hip, and I decided that I couldn't actually go work for a few days because of it. Now the real danger of this is that I could have really easily slipped into the road. I actually moved town not long after, and I continued to do my jogging. The area that I moved into had lots of different hills, so I also found this to be very exhausting. I didn't realise that it would make such a big difference going on an incline, but my god does it make the biggest of differences to how you feel when you jog. Now, through my line of work, this became an especially handy tool. I found that I had better natural fitness than all of the other rangers there, and it also meant that I could take calls which were much deeper than everybody else without having an issue. I mean, especially the ones where that you'd actually have to take a lot of gear with you because of how far it was. There's one story that I'd like to share with you first, and that's what happened to me one day when going for a jog. Now this actually didn't happen to me while I was on duty, but in another time, and I remembered this one because I sprained my ankle. I hadn't really sprained my ankle before, so it was especially painful to me. I remember I stopped for a while, and I noticed that it was almost dark as I made my way back out of there. I remembered that I saw something strange and glowing though that I couldn't quite explain up ahead. It almost looked like somebody had a street light with a filter on it, and I go to see what this is. To my absolute amazement, there's a bluey green glow like I've never seen before covering all of the plants, and I feel kind of drawn into this. That's when I encounter what I can only describe as some kind of being. It was all black, but I could see the silhouette and eyes. It wasn't that tall, it was about 5 feet in total, and it raises its hand up and touches me. I don't know what this is, but I remembered feeling extremely lightheaded and nauseous. I then woke up, what felt like only 10 minutes but turned out to be hours according to my watch, and everything was completely normal and as it should be. Weirdly, I then realised that my foot is healed and I'm in no pain whatsoever, and I quickly find my bearings and make my way out of there. I'm constantly looking around, and for some reason I don't have any fear in this situation. What was weird is I can see where I fell down earlier, but it's almost like I've healed too quickly and you can see scabs and scars on my knee where I fell. I eventually get back to safety, and I tried to find that spot again since, but I've never been able to find it successfully. Back in 2021, my family took a trip to Lake Sanila in North Carolina, a beautiful lake that's rich in Native American history and surrounded by mountain trails. We decided to go on one of these trails on an overcast day. I'm not an athletic person and suffer from asthma, so I was behind the rest of my family by myself. Almost halfway through the hike, I heard my sister yell my birth name, but it sounded like she's off the trail. She never calls my real name, just my nickname that I've had since I was a baby. It sounded like she was scared, so I was very tempted to run off and find her, but I know she's not stupid. She wouldn't go off the trail, even in the case of an emergency. I quickly caught up with the rest of my family and my sisters there, resting on some rocks next to a waterfall, chatting away and taking pictures. I asked my sister if she had called my name, She didn't know what I was talking about. She was talking to our dad the whole time. I don't know what called my name that day, but I'm glad I didn't listen to it. Who knows what I would have encountered or what could have happened to me had I actually listened to it. Now, this is an experience which happened to me in the spring of 2018. I had a few which could be considered paranormal in life, but this was the most recent one and unnerving. I'm an avid outdoorsman and love to hunt and camp around the Francis Marion and Sumpter National Park. Back in 2018, I took my young son and dog out to a remote area in the National Forest to test out a new camper shell on my recently purchased truck. We found a secluded area of a dirt road, made dinner, and then packed it in for the night as soon as it got dark. Around 11 PM at night, I sat up and looked out the back due to the sound of a dog growling. In the distance, I saw what looked like hundreds of small white balls of light darting around, hovering a few seconds and slowly converging on our campsite. They just looked like dust orbs that you've seen on videos, but these were producing light in a completely dark forest. They then surrounded my truck, and it felt weird almost seeing like hundreds of them. They're like a soft white light and they don't blink. They just kind of float around. And then I finally work up the nerve to open the truck and lit a lantern, and promptly they disappear. After turning off the lights and locking up, they come back. My son was fast asleep, thank goodness. I watched them until I fall asleep around 1 AM. The next morning when we tried to leave, the battery on the truck was dead. There wasn't any lights in the back cab where we would have used any power, and a week later we actually had to replace the electrical control module. Not sure what happened. Now, this is something that took place last year at the beginning of summer. I was with my mum, heading down to my nana's farm to visit for a weekend, and for some context, she lives on a farm way back in the country, right at the foot of a mountain in rural SC, so it's very rural. It's a secluded area and the roads are barely maintained or wide enough for 2 cars to pass. The houses are spread out and set further back from the tree line from the road, so there's very little ambient light besides the headlights of a car. So my mum and I are driving along, her in the driver's seat and me in the passenger. It was around 11 PM and we're 15 minutes outside from Nana's, deep in the woods with radio silence because we're so far away to actually pick up signal. We come onto this stretch of about 100 meters of heavily wooded area, and suddenly this blur of a creature darts across the road, right at the edge of our headlights. It was moving pretty good, but both me and my mum were able to get a good look at it and both agree on what we saw. It was a fairly large creature, roughly the size of a person or bigger. Neither of us could make out the head, but we both remembered it appearing to have a slightly segmented body, as if it were emaciated and its rib cage was poking out. The reflection of light made it hard to tell the colour, but my mum said that she remembered it was dark and didn't see any fur or hair. It had long limbs as it moves across the road. It didn't run the way a dog or horse would with all 4 legs. The best way to describe it would be looping using its front limbs to pull itself along. It was moving considerably fast too. We both said something along the lines of, "What the heck was that?" as it crosses in front of us. As we got up to where it had crossed, it turned out to even move further to the other side of the road and out from our headlights. I've never seen anything like it. It just stood up and ran. I yelled immediately when it stood up and we both started getting nervous. I honestly would have thought I was going insane if there wasn't another person in the car with me. My mum had always been a pretty level-headed person, not superstitious, but she was very nervous and made me agree not to tell my nana about it to avoid scaring her. And that makes me realise how serious the situation is. I should also mention that there had apparently been a series of attacks on livestock/horses in the area, which happened around this time. People were saying that they'd seen parts of their fence ripped through and then their animals attacked. I've had a few strange experiences, but none really compared to this. I'm a search and rescue worker. Now, I'm also somebody who loves to be in the great outdoors, and something that I volunteered for was doing some nature tours. We get a lot of tourists where I live, so I didn't have an issue doing this. Where I live, it's very popular even during the winter months, so it meant often that tourists would need some guidance, and just you had to make sure they didn't get lost, basically. Now, one area that we went to, you had to take the cable cart things up to the top of a hill, and that was no issue. I was friends with the people that worked there and we had a really good relationship, and on this one particular day we're getting things ready. You had a beautiful view of the city near where I lived from on top of this hill thing, and the tourists would always love to go here. You had to be careful because they're pretty stupid sometimes and they'd actually go almost off the edge. Another colleague joining me this particular day was a ranger, and he told me that he noticed something odd. He saw some footprints which went further off of the normal trail, but they didn't look right. They kind of looked too big. I mean, I know a lot of people wear snowshoes up here, but it almost looked like it was covered in some kind of material. I can only describe it as something fluffy, but not, almost like it was more porous. Also, the strides were massive, and it didn't look right. Apparently there'd been some reports of some kind of weird person further out from the rest of the group earlier, wearing a white, kind of grey colour coat. They only ever saw the silhouette, but they said that this person looked pretty big. So me and my buddy go to investigate, and we don't have to make it too far. We realise that these tracks are going deep into the woods where we never usually go. And after about 5 minutes of following them, we notice that there's a really bad smell around here, almost like somebody or something had died. I start to panic a little bit, but I feel reassured by the fact that my friend is literally right next to me, and he's had more experience being a ranger than I have a search and rescue worker. Now that was when I saw it. I locked eyes with I don't know what. Now, these eyes were probably about 7 or 8 inches apart, and they're a good 8 feet or so above the ground. I can only describe what appeared to be a Halloween mask, but something with orange glowing eyes was staring at me, and I didn't have to tell my friend about what I was seeing as he saw it too. I locked eyes with whatever this is for probably about 10 seconds before I heard the most deep growl that I've ever heard in my life. The next thing I knew, my ranger buddy grabbed my hand and we're hiking back in the opposite direction that we come from, constantly looking over our shoulders. We eventually made it back to the station and decided to close off the area for the day. In fact, we closed it off for that whole weekend. We radioed in what we'd seen to some other towers and they said they're going to keep an eye out for whatever this was. The local law enforcement didn't want to know when we tried to explain this to them, thinking that it was just us playing a prank on them, but I still don't know what I saw to this day. I can only describe it as kind of like a Yeti thing, but I don't believe in those, but I don't know what it could have been. Now life was going good, everything seemed to be going great. I work as what you guys call a park ranger, and one of my friends did with me too. Everything was going good, and the person I worked with was actually my best friend. I'd always got on really well with Ryan. We'd known each other for a long time since school days, and he's one of those friends that you're just really glad that you know and that you can kind of do everything with. I remembered that we were going on this trip to visit his family and I had quite a few things that I wanted to do together with him. Honestly, I can't say enough how excited I was to actually be going with him. I did love being out in the forest, but I much more prefer driving through it. I feel like you can take in a lot more scenery at a better pace if you do this, so this is something of which I was very grateful for and excited about. We set off on the first part of our journey, and I remembered we saw a van just like the Breaking Bad one, and it made us really laugh. I was pretty convinced that they were doing something dodgy there, and me and my friend just got talking. We were talking about everything. Life, where we wanted our careers to go. My friend actually said that he kind of wanted to get out and go into the military, but he had an injury on his leg, so he wasn't sure if he could do it. I told him not to worry about it too much. We were taking in the beautiful rocky scenery. Now we do have forests on either side of us, but the trees are a little bit sparse here. There's beautiful yellow coloured trees and green coloured trees everywhere, and there's kind of a mountain off on our right and a beautiful gorge next to us. I find whenever I'm around water, I feel exceptionally relaxed and at peace with myself, and I think that's important. You always need to be at peace with yourself for pretty much any situation to overcome what's in front of you, and I guess that's what I was searching for and trying to find. Now, as we drive, I realise that I'm quite unfamiliar with this territory. In the winter, this can look like a complete different place, and I only ever had experience of driving through it in the winter time. I remembered thinking and saying to my friend that there must be so many different animals out there. Now, as we continue on, I realised that the Breaking Bad van thing has picked up pace and has actually caught up with us. I don't think it's an issue, but I do feel a little bit unsettled at the time knowing that there's somebody just behind me that could be doing God knows what in the back of there, and maybe they think that we're police or something. Our plan was not to even tell them that we were rangers, and we continue on. I then see another couple of camper vans too, and I realise how stupid I was being. We had just come up to a camping site. How silly was I to get all paranoid like this? I stop and let the other van pass, and all things are normal once again. We let down the windows a little bit, and there's a beautiful smell with the summer air of which comes piling through. I had a lot going on in my life, and I was quite excited to experience change and just things being different for me while I was out here. There was lots of things I wanted to experience and lots of things that I hadn't done, and my friend said that he hadn't done them either. He kind of had like a while where he wasn't doing much, and I said I was too. That was why he wanted to get into the military. Now our conversation continues as we drive further in. Now, as we're driving, I do notice that I have a headache and I keep on drinking water. Now, my friend is doing so as well, and he asks if I have a painkiller. I say, hey, do you have a headache too? And he says, yeah. We both think that's pretty odd and decide to open the windows, thinking that maybe some fumes from some of the vehicles that have passed us have caused us to feel a bit weird and off. I don't know. I couldn't put my finger down on exactly what it was, but something just felt a bit different and weird this time. Not to worry though. I still had miles of road ahead of me and a nice speed limit to stick to. So, I wasn't going to speed through here, but I was being cautious. I can get quite bad headaches sometimes. It's basically like things go wrong with my eyes when I get like this, but my friend could happily drive. That's when I start asking him, did you ever have anything weird happen to yourself out here in the nature? That's when my friend says, yeah, I did actually. He says that apparently, when he was on a shift once, he was staying in a small cabin on his own because that's where they had to stay back then. My friend's a bit older than me, by the way. So, he ended up staying in this cabin, and he kept on hearing knocking on the doors. I say, well, what happened? He says, wait, I'll get to that. I thought it was somebody trying to wake me up, so I repeatedly called out to stop and let me sleep. In the end, I screamed out some profanities at them, and what do you know? It stops. I ended up falling asleep for another 10 minutes and getting up in a fit of rage. I open the door, and there's a bear, probably 200 meters away, which just starts to turn around to see what the sound is. He immediately slams the door shut and quickly goes up to the top of where he is and barricades himself in. He said that he never heard of the bear again, but he's very paranoid. He says he loves the way that he just swore at it, not having a clue who or what was actually there, and he says that he was pretty grateful that he didn't have to find out. That was an interesting story. Now, I had one myself too. This one was kind of similar in some ways. I remembered that I had a particularly heavy bag. Now, I always seem to be able to carry quite a lot of weight if I have a good backpack, and I was doing so this day. I remembered it felt especially heavy now, and I didn't know why. Because of my job, I had to repeatedly put it down and pick it up again. The good thing is that when you've drank your water, it will slowly go down in weight anyway. I mean, I guess you're still carrying the weight technically for the most part, but it's a lot different from being completely cumbered down with it. Now, I realise that something is off and I keep on feeling the weight shifting in my backpack, and every single time that I try and readjust it, it seems to go back to the same position, which is extremely annoying, to be honest. I just didn't have time for it this day. I remember, for whatever reason, I become really angry with it. I think it is because it was so hot on this day. I wiped off all the sweat from my forehead and I basically threw it as far as I could. It kind of landed in some branches, which was actually my plan to shelter the drop so it didn't rip the bag open, but enough to get the rage out of my system. And then I hear something. Something is moving in my backpack. I'm kind of frozen in fear now, and I just look down trying to figure out what it is. Feeling a little bit brave, I quickly grab a stick and throw it at it. And what do you know, more movement. Then, I'm not kidding you, a snake climbs out of my bag and just goes off into the tree line. Now, I don't have a fear of snakes, and I actually never have before, but I guess in those moments, that was the only thing that I seemed to care about. So, I decided that I'm never going to use that backpack again. I don't know how on earth it got in there, but I'm just so glad that it didn't end up wrapping around my neck and trying to take me out, because that could have very easily happened. Now, me and my friend are going back and forth with a few different stories. The thing is, when we're at work, we don't really have much of an opportunity to talk to each other the way that we want to. Even when we're leaving for this trip, there was something my friend wanted to say to me, but we just did not get the chance to really do it. Now, other people kept butting in on our conversation, which is kind of something that annoys me a lot. You know, the ones where people just don't have the cues that you kind of need a conversation away from other people? So yeah, it was all coming out now. I'm going to share some of the other interesting ranger stories that happened because I know you guys are quite interested by them. But for the most part, we started talking about sports. Just sports non-stop. Now, we continue on with our drive and the scenery's changing and it could not be more picturesque. There are trees as far as you can see, mountains everywhere. I don't know if they're technically mountains, but high rock hills, I guess. There's very few houses too, which again is a nice thing. Now, I then tell my friend another story that happened to me that I'm also going to share with you guys too. Now, on one particular shift, I kept on getting a knock on the door. I don't know why, it would only happen every so often at my little station, and it was really annoying me. I knew someone was certainly doing it outside, but they just didn't seem to stop. Now, I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that, so I knew it was just a person I was dealing with. I remembered I'd even sit so I could see exactly who was doing it. I'd hear a knock, flick on my light, and it would instantly stop. It was weird though, I didn't really see anybody else. I radioed in that I'm gonna have to investigate, somebody's outside, and they say that's fine. I mean, there was a chance that it was genuinely somebody who needed help, but this seemed to be a little bit different. I grab my stuff and I'm just about to head out to investigate, and I hear footsteps. You know when people have shoes with wood stuck in the bottom? They're kind of like really loud, like you hear it from a mile off, almost like clogs. It sounds like that, accompanied by some kind of crashing sound on the ground to go with it. It sounds like somebody's walking with an umbrella using it for support. It's really weird, but it doesn't sound like somebody who can actually walk well. It's like somebody's injured or very old and just trying to walk, but they make as much sound as humanly possible in the process. I'm now actually quite concerned that maybe somebody's injured outside, and I think, well, let's see what this is. And I can just about make out the silhouette of somebody walking away. And where are they heading? Straight to one of the other stations, and I think, well, this must be something off. I presume that probably somebody's on drugs, and yeah, just that they must be on drugs. What are they doing here? I didn't feel too concerned, and I decided the best thing to do is just slowly trail back and see what they're up to. Yeah, there was certainly something off about this person. I remember the cool night air hit me at this point, and it was kind of refreshing but sobering at the same time. I was feeling worried. My buddy then chips in, yeah, I never thought I'd hear you say that, and I say yeah. I'm somebody who always puts on quite a brave face. It's easy to be open and share my fears when you're in scenery like this. Now, I continue following, and they seem to just get inside one of the other stations, and I don't know how. This station is something that we haven't actually used for a long time. I don't actually think it was very safe, to be honest, but it was quite a big wooden structure. I really didn't like going in there because I thought, well, there's probably mold everywhere and God knows what, but in that moment I decided that yeah, I need to investigate and get to the bottom of this. So I step in. Immediately I'm confused with how cold it actually feels when I'm in there. It feels honestly like it could be Antarctica. It's extremely cold. But again, I'm not worried by this. I decide that I've just got to step forward and see what's occurring. Now, I called out and say, hey, you're not meant to be in here. And then I hear a tapping sound coming from upstairs. I think for a couple of minutes that maybe this is an animal, but for that I can't be certain, and I need certainty now. I think, well, this is fine, and I think, well, I've got to keep pressing forward now. So I clear room to room and I can't find anything. I can't find another person around. I think, God, maybe I've started to lose it finally. I did actually have worries and concerns genuinely about maybe losing my mind a bit being out in places like this. But this tapping doesn't stop and I have to investigate. So I follow upstairs slowly, and all I can hear is how loud the stairs are. It's pretty dark now, and I'm kind of using my torch to look down at the floor. The problem with this approach is that I can't actually see anything that's happening up ahead of me. I can either focus on my surroundings or the safety of what I'm stepping on, and I'll prioritize that. I put my foot as far to the left side as I can of the steps and then to the right, so hopefully there's more support there than in the middle. I realised that one of the steps has actually caved in on itself too, and I let out a sigh as I know that this is not going to be fun now, but I can press on. I start counting up and down in my head because it's something that I found that really calms me. Apparently it's something that the military use, and I found that it definitely helps. It doesn't let my head get filled with too much, and it kind of keeps my brain ticking over. And I make it to the top. I call out one more time, hey, and I catch my breath on my torch. You know when the liquid from your mouth condensates, it done that. And I do think this is especially weird. I thought maybe just because of the building design it was the opposite of thermo insulation. and somehow it was just like a cold pit. I remembered thinking this would be a really good place to store my beers if I needed to. I then look around and I can't see anyone, and I'm very lost now. I'd certainly followed somebody in here, but there was no one. Maybe they'd snuck down again and went another way, so I turn around and I realise that there's almost like a mist which has formed, which is obviously not from my breath, but it looks as though it's come from me. I go to turn and make my way down the stairs when I hear someone running. I just about turn around in time to see somebody running, then slamming a door behind themselves. I say, hey, you can't be in here, and chase after them. I run and go to open the door. I open it, and there's a brick wall. It wasn't actually a normal door at all. I don't know why it was there unless they just closed it in years ago, but I suddenly become petrified by the feeling of the coldness, and I turn around and start sprinting down the stairs. When I say turning and sprinting, I kind of jumped over them, ended up crashing through there, leaving the door open and sprinting back. I do notice how much warmer it is in the night air, and it's something I didn't realise before. Even my clothes are cold, which is really weird. I didn't end up reporting in this one because I didn't think anyone was ever going to believe me and me saying what had happened, but I didn't know what to make of it. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, my friend says. He instantly casts doubt into the story and starts joking about it, saying, yeah, did you have a camera crew with you too? I tell him just knock it off basically. He was only joking, but I'm actually quite annoyed because, not from him should I say, just the situation. Every time I've told somebody, they do not believe me. I don't know why. It's like, honestly, if you'd seen the White House one day, then you tell somebody about it and they say, no you didn't, you saw a tree. It's that exact same feeling. But I guess that's just to each to their own then in some ways. Now we continue on this trip, and my brother then tells me that he's seen something weird in the sky. By the way, he's not my biological brother, but that's just why I call him brother, because he's like one to me. So my buddy's telling me that he saw a weird light in the sky before. I say when. He says like 10 minutes ago. I don't believe him, and to be comedic, I just keep driving in silence, as though he said something so stupid I don't care about it. I'm not gonna listen to him. He just completely ignored me and my story. Well, yeah, I kind of see it too myself. It almost looks like a cloud hovering not too far above where we're driving, but it's more disc shape. We only saw it for a couple of seconds after this, and it just seems to vanish suddenly. It's pretty odd. I say that it's probably just where that we've not drank enough water, and maybe it's just something on my car screen. But we realise nothing's on there, and we do think this is really weird. I don't believe in aliens, I just don't believe in anything like that, but this was definitely something that I could not explain. And I don't like not being able to explain things. So we press on and kind of forget about it, and we're about halfway through our drive now. That's when something odd happens. There's a ball of light which appears next to the car. It's incredibly bright and keeping up pace with us. Now, my friend looks at me for a second, then looks at the light, and it was only small at first, but eventually goes away. Now, neither of us can figure out what this light actually is, and we realise that something's definitely off here. Now we continue driving, and the trees seem to loom even heavier and heavier around us. It's starting to get dark now, and for a second I thought maybe it was some kind of bike or something I didn't see, but there's no one around. Now we forget about it after a couple of hours, but we both creeped out, and then the light appears again, once more keeping pace perfectly with us, and suddenly it goes all the way into the middle of the road and it just stops there dead. Now I slammed on the brakes not to hit it, and it's so bright that I actually can't concentrate on it or it hurts my head. And then I see it. There's an emaciated, pale creature which stands up from the light, and it's incredibly tall. I don't know why this thing was so tall, but it was probably about 7 feet tall. And every time I look at it, I hear a ringing in my ears. I look away for a second, and I don't hear it. Even if I just look slightly around it, I was trying to see if there was more. I tried to speak to my friend, but I can't. And then it smiles. I say smile, I don't know what it did, but it just showed its teeth to us, and it has very dark, jagged teeth and dark eyes. Then, whatever this is starts running towards the car, and I'm froze. I don't know what to do. I didn't have to think too much, and my friend slaps me and says drive. I ended up slamming onto the accelerator, and I'm able to just swerve around this thing in time. I don't know how close we actually got to hitting it, but we get back onto the road, and I'm constantly looking in my rear view mirror. This is very dangerous because I'm not looking at what's ahead of me, and it's gone. I look at my friend, and my friend looks at me, and we've both gone completely pale. My hands are actually drenched in sweat in this moment, and I'm trying my absolute best just to keep my eyes on the road. What just happened? I keep repeating this probably 10 times, and my friend looks at me and says, I don't know. My buddy then says that we've got to pull over and stop and figure this out, but I say, are you kidding me? No. I step on the accelerator and I drive as quick as I possibly can. We're both talking about what we could have seen, and my friend keeps saying, no, this must have been an animal. Did we get spiked? I say, no, of course not. What was that? My friend starts looking on his phone to figure out what it could be, and the only thing that he could find is maybe a skinwalker, but this was different. It was so pale. It was so tall. It was just so demonic. I don't know what that could have possibly been. We eventually make it the rest of the way over, and we stop not too far from where his family are. We've arrived about an hour early due to my driving, and we both get out of the car, and that's when we realise that there's a large scratch in the side of my car. It wasn't there before. It looks like I've just drove straight into a pole and scraped the side of it, but how? Again, I don't have answers for this. Me and my friend are absolutely mortified at what we've seen. Neither of us look well, and my friend actually vomits. We keep trying to make sense of what had happened, and my friend keeps looking on his phone, but he keeps on coming up blank. Now, it's been a good few years since this happened, and neither of us know what we had seen. If anybody's seen anything similar, please let me know, because I just want answers to what this thing was. Eventually, I got my car repaired and everything and just soon forgot about it. But if I'm driving alone at night, I'm so scared that I'm gonna see this thing again. While working as a ranger, I stumbled upon something that will never be removed from my memory. Now, I was doing my regular patrols when I noticed something odd. I can see what appears to be two white sticks holding up something. I get closer and investigate what it is, and it becomes apparent that these are some kind of animal bones holding up something. Extremely curious about what this is, I go around to the other side, and to my horror, I can see my name on a wooden sign in what appears to be blood. Now by this point, I wasn't sure if what I was actually looking at was human remains or something, so of course, I radio this in, and the law enforcement are also involved. Turned out upon lab testing, it was all belonging to animals, the blood and the bones, but that leaves a question that still haunts me. Who knew my full name, and why did they place it there for me to find? Now, I went on a solo canoe trip in the BWCA. I freaked myself out on a windy night hearing things. You'll hear mice running around and stuff, but sometimes they sound like bigger animals. I woke up and found 3 arrows in the ground, gorged out of the ground pointing to the lake. I packed up and get out of there as I already had my stuff ready to go. I didn't eat breakfast, canoe through 3 portages, saw a few people on the way, a total of 14 or so miles that day. We set up camp again and ate, and went to bed early due to being exhausted from paddling. Woke up to 3 arrows pointing to the lake again, right outside of my tent. Luckily this is on my last day. Truly terrified, we get out and met the outfitter and tried to get a planned boat ride out of the wilderness. I wouldn't go solo tripping again. I've been back but only with a group. Nothing weird has ever happened to me since while being there. Now we camp a lot, and where we camp there are a lot of old mining cabins out in the mountains along the Forest Service roads. No one is ever back there, except for people ripping through in a jeep. We were camping one time and my kids brought a metal detector to see if we could find anything. Now buried about 3 feet down around one of those cabins was a 1x1 metallic box, about a feet wide. Looked almost silver. It was heavy and would go off under precious metal settings on the detector. We wrapped it up in a towel we had laying around and set it in my truck. We were certain we found something expensive. When we got home, I grabbed it and weirdly it felt much lighter. I unwrapped the towel to find a bunch of broken twigs. My kids thought I was actually messing with them. We've went back there every year looking for it but have no clue what we actually found or where it's gone. Maybe it was cursed or something, I don't know, it was just really weird. While working as a ranger, I stumbled upon something that will never be removed from my memory. Now, I was doing my regular patrols when I noticed something odd. I can see what appears to be 2 white sticks holding up something. I get closer and investigate what it is, and it becomes apparent that these are some kind of animal bones holding up something. Extremely curious about what this is, I go around to the other side, and to my horror, I can see my name on a wooden sign in what appears to be blood. Now by this point, I wasn't sure if what I was actually looking at was human remains or something, so of course, I radio this in, and the law enforcement are also involved. Turned out upon lab testing, it was all belonging to animals, the blood and the bones, but that leaves a question that still haunts me. Who knew my full name, and why did they place it there for me to find? When I was 14, a friend and I would go fishing just about every day of the summer. We would walk about an hour to an hour and a half through the woods and over bogs to a series of rivers that we called steadies. They flowed into a very large lake. The last trip there, we were walking along one of the rivers, and the rivers are narrow, maybe 5 feet across. At 14, very easy to jump across from side to side, so anyway, we stumbled upon a large pile of animal bones. We kind of got worried but assured ourselves that it was just a hunter. We walked to the edge of the bank, and right in the centre of the river, clear as day, was a large footprint, barefoot, distinguishable toes, but just one, the left. I call my friend to have a look, but I hear a loud sound, a rumbling from the trees and shaking on either side. I look at my friend, but all I saw was the dust that he kicked up from running away, to which I promptly follow. We never went back. We never told people because no one would believe us. My dad worked in the Forest Service. He was a fire tower watcher. I had a few interesting stories from him when I was younger, but nothing too interesting that happened to myself because I have a complete different career. I actually work in an office, so I couldn't have been much further away from him in career paths, but that didn't matter. I do have a story that I'd like to share from when I was a bit younger though, and this also involves a forest. Now I had a group of friends, and my best friend in particular, who I'll just call Ben for this story, was a really nice person. We would do lots of different things together. I met him when I was really young, and we really were best of friends. I remembered having lots of good times when I would go over to his house when I was young, and when he would come over to mine. Now, unfortunately, when I got a little bit older, Ben ended up moving away to a complete different school, and I don't know, it kind of sucked. Ben was really nice to me a lot, and I'll always remember that. So yeah, this is one of those times that I was actually with him, and we were going off into the woods to play hide and seek. Hide and seek was one of my favourite games, but an even better one goes by the name of manhunt. For those of you who don't know, it's basically somebody has to hunt everybody else, and that's the aim of the game. So somebody has to count up to 100, or in my case only 10, and then everybody else has to run off, and it's up to the person who's hunting to find everyone. And as soon as you capture somebody else, others can join in on the search. So because of this, we'd always have a fun time. So we set out playing the first game, and things are pretty good. There was actually an old trash can that we were using as the station to try and find everybody else. On the first round it was actually my go, and I was pretty annoyed with this because there was a couple of my friends who would never seem to be able to get within reaching distance. Honestly, I could be hunting them for what was probably a week's worth of time and I would never actually catch up. So basically it is my job to try and catch up with the ones that were slower, and then eventually some quicker people would be able to do it and just get up to the quicker people. Now we do this for a while, and eventually we swap roles. Now, it was my time to actually be hunted, and this is something that I enjoyed a lot more. I don't know, it was just a lot more cool to me being able to run away, and I was kind of quick at times. Well, I found more of my speed would actually come from when I was being hunted, so I set off down the trail trying to get away from everyone. I didn't know where my friend Ben was, but I decided probably stupidly to go further than everybody else. So I set off with trees on either side of me. I was on kind of like a bike path, I guess, but you wouldn't want to take a bike down it. There was quite a lot of rocks that would randomly appear on this gravelly road thing, and if you went over one on a bike you would definitely tumble down the side, and there was a bit of a fall. Now it was good for some reasons because you had somewhere to follow, but obviously if you were trying to hide then it wouldn't be so good, so I'm left with a few options here. I've gone over to the other side of where I live to go to my friend's house to actually play this game. One of their houses kind of leads straight onto some kind of big forest area. I never actually got to explore all of it, it was really that big, but that was fine anyway. So yeah, I didn't really know the area is what I'm trying to tell you. Now I decided that I found a great spot to go and hide in, so I do that. Now, eventually, I realise that the spot that I'm trying to hide in is pretty obvious, and I wait for a little while just to see if anybody else will appear. Now nobody appears, and this is good at first. However, with my and still short attention span, this didn't really serve me too well, and I realised that I should probably go a bit further now. I know, this doesn't really have much of a real benefit if you're playing this game, but it just made it a bit more exciting. Eventually I did hear the others come in, and I ducked down and hid. I think, yeah, they're definitely never gonna find me now. This is just great. And then I realised that these aren't my friends. Their voice is a lot more deep and adult. And I don't know, the conversation just sounded different. They were talking about things and saying words I didn't really understand. I can't tell you exactly what they were saying, but I could just remember that detail from it. Now, I don't know how long I had to stay down for, but eventually I heard them go off. I get up quickly to look where they've went, and that was weird. I can't recall where they actually went. I should be able to see further down this little trail thing and know exactly where they went, but they seem to just vanish. I don't really have an explanation for this. I think maybe it was in my head, but I'm not so sure. I was certain I heard them. I think maybe one of the parents had come and we're in trouble because they didn't really like us playing games like this for obvious reasons now. But when I was a lot younger, I didn't really think of it like that. Now, another weird thing I hear is it kind of sounds like an alarm. It's almost like a very droned out, low alarm sound, but almost like an air raid siren, but not quite. Now, I don't understand where it was coming from, but it seemed to be coming from all around, which shouldn't make sense to me. I had a bad feeling now, and something else strange is that a heavy mist seems to pick up out of nowhere. It gone from playing an innocent game with my friends to suddenly it's looking more like something out of some of the scary movies I'd seen. I decide not to let this deter me though, and decide to stay put again. Now suddenly I hear somebody coming. They're sprinting and come up, and I get the shock of my life and someone grabs me. I scream and turn around, and it's Ben. I say, "God, you scared me so much, what are you doing?" And then I realise the game. Ben says, "Come on, let's go." I ask him why, and he says he wants to show me something. I say, "Have you been found?" And he says, "No, not yet," and I actually relaxed a lot more. I suppose because of the innocence of my age back then, I didn't really consider what could have been wrong, and I was more focused on the game we're playing. I say, "God, I found a really good hiding place, but some people come up here." He said, "Really?" and asked me to describe them. Now, of course I couldn't because I didn't really get a look at them, but I asked Ben to show me what he was going on about, and eventually he does show me. We go a little bit further and he says, "Right here, I saw somebody, kind of hidden in the trees, wearing like an army colour uniform. It was like they were trying not to be seen, and I thought it was you, so I was confused, and I said, 'Hey, where did you get that outfit from?' And as soon as I did that, they literally took off. And I say, 'That's weird.' And Ben keeps on asking me, is that the people that I'd described? But I say, well, I can't really tell you what I saw because, well, I didn't really see much. And he says, oh, that's fine. And within a few seconds later, we hear some footsteps again and duck down. We're peering through the trees and suddenly it's one of our other friends, James. James comes bounding along and pretends that he hasn't seen us and just tries to jump out and scare us and says, "Got ya." And that was fine. We eventually walk back with him and he says all the others are caught and we were looking everywhere for you guys. I say, "Oh," and decide not to explain what had happened earlier. To be honest, I was more nervous about being the person that had to do the hunting again. The mist picked up quite a lot now, and I guess being kids that made it more cool, but it definitely made it feel a little bit more scary. It was like, you could see pretty clearly, probably 10 feet in front of you, but beyond about 40 or so, everything just become like a grey-white colour, and the air become a lot more damp now. You could kind of feel it on your clothes, and I thought that was interesting. I go to look at the small cheap watch that I have, and it's completely messed it up. Ah yes, one of the great quality watches of my childhood. I hadn't dropped it. It was meant to be waterproof, but clearly it wasn't. But that doesn't matter. I go to look at the time and I can't see it. I go to clear it again, but I've got no luck. And what do I know? One of my friends screams out "Manhunt," and we're all playing again. I take a quick look at Ben, and I sprint off yet again in a different direction from him. Now I've gone a little bit deeper into the woods this time. I've kind of gone on to more of the flatlands, but it's covered by more trees now. The trees are a little bit different in this area. They're kind of narrow, but really tall. It's almost like lots of pencils stuck in the ground. There's a lot of things that have fallen off of the trees here, like their old leaves and pines or whatever you call it. And that's not really an issue for me. The only problem is, and what I didn't consider originally, is that I don't really have anywhere to hide now. I just have trees on all sides of me, and I decided just to walk until eventually I find a big tree, and this is a tree that I actually feel quite safe on. I stay here for quite a while until eventually I hear the sound of someone approaching again, and I take off. I'm not really being too careful to keep note of where I'm actually going now. I just kind of want to get away and not get captured. I mean, I was absolutely desperate to win at this game. You don't understand what it meant to me when I was young. Honestly, it was like the be-all, end-all game, and I was pretty good at it usually. Now, eventually I realised that the sounds are coming from much further away and that I'm not actually in too much danger now of being captured, and I decide to walk a bit slower. It seems like the mist isn't letting up, and that's one of the weird things I realise. I don't know where I am. I should have had a pretty good idea of where I'd come from, at least that's what I thought, but now I realise I'm pretty much in the middle of these woods and I don't know where I'm going. Everything looks exactly the same. I couldn't look for any references in the sky or in the land around me because of the mist. So I decide that all I can do is keep going. Now, I know thinking back on it now that I've probably got lost, and I think that's when some panic set in. I didn't want to spend the night here because I was worried about different creatures coming out, and it was stupid because it's not realistic, but I thought bears were going to come. I know I couldn't even go up a tree, so I was just planning to hide away if they come. Now, as I'm doing so, I can see the silhouette of Ben. I call out, "Ben, Ben," and he just stops dead in his tracks, turns around and just stares at me. At least that's what I can tell from the silhouette. I say Ben and stop myself as I realise that this probably isn't Ben, and I start laughing, saying, "Oh no, you're not going to catch me," and I start sprinting off in another direction. All I can hear is my breath slowly increasing as I'm darting in between different trees around me, trying to get away. I really don't want to get captured, and I suddenly feel a lot more confident and reassured knowing that I'm definitely in the right area with my friends. It's at this point that I start heading downhill and that the going gets a lot harder. I can't really go too much further down though, because I realise that I'm going to come up to some kind of water. A lot of the water that's dripped off of the trees from previous rainfall and whatnot is kind of poured on this downhill area, and it gets quite sludgy. My shoes aren't really in the best of condition to start with, but I certainly don't want to make them worse. My feet are starting to get quite soggy, but luckily I'm used to it. I finally decide to look around, and I can't see Ben. I know he's looking for me now somewhere, and I really don't want to get caught. That's when I do something quite odd and out of character. I climb. Now, I'm somebody who never usually climbs, but I managed to go a few bits up a tree, one branch at a time, testing that it actually holds. Every so often, there's some kind of snaps behind me and I have to quickly glance over my shoulder to make sure that nobody's actually there. Luckily, each time that I've done this, it's been clear, but I'm sure that he's getting closer now. I eventually make it quite a good way up the tree, and it kind of branches off in the top of a Y, in the sense that there's two larger bits, but I rest on here. I've got a good 8 or so feet into the air now, and I'm just out of sight of where Ben should be able to see me, and I decide just to wait. I look around trying to figure out where I am because I think, well, I can probably make it back to the trash can if I can see it and just beeline it if I know the coast is clear. But where's the trash can? I can't see anything. I look around and I start really straining my eyes trying to look further, but the scenery, it just all looks exactly the same, like it goes on forevermore. But that's when I see it. There's one figure, then 2, then 3. And I hold my breath as I see them searching the surrounding area. I'm pretty scared and have to go a little bit higher in the tree to make sure that I'm completely out of sight now, and I wait. I see them kind of break off from each other and start to walk very slowly in different directions. At first, they walk pretty much in unison with each other, which is something I found pretty odd. And one of them stops and looks around. That's when I realise that one of my friends has got a raincoat on now, and I can't see their face. I'm pretty high up, but I should be able to at least see that, I think. They seem quite tall, which is also bizarre because I don't think any of my friends are that tall. Now, eventually, I see them come to just exactly where I was stood earlier and look around. One of my friends then goes, crouches down and picks up something. I don't know what it is, but they hold on to it and point in a direction. And I'm terrified, clutched to the tree, trying not to get caught. I'm trying my absolute best to remain as quiet as I possibly can now, and to be honest, I think I did a pretty good job of it. One thing I didn't like is that one of my friends just stood there for what felt like ages, and I'm certain they were staring at me, but I can't be certain. Now eventually they all break off from each other and go into different directions. The only problem I've got now is it only leads me one way out. That's the way that I think I've come, but I can't be certain. Now getting down is a big issue because there's some moss and things on this tree, so it's not going to be the easiest of going. I could very easily slip and cut myself, and it's not going to be nice if I get a cut here. I'm pretty certain it's going to get infected. At the time, my grandparents would come over always, and they would kind of do stupid things, like they would put this stuff that was antiseptic, but god did it hurt like hell if you got a cut. So that wasn't in my plans. But I have to make it down, and I eventually do so. Just as I jump down, a piece of the tree comes off with me and I slip over. It does actually hurt quite a lot, and I'm okay after a few moments. I steady myself and I can see Ben just standing there completely still and stuck in place, and I turn around and start running. Now, again, I wasn't sure of the direction, but I start laughing and saying, "Catch me if you can, catch me if you can." And that's when I hear it. Ben replies with, "Let's get her," in a loud, deep, guttural voice of which I've never heard before. And suddenly it dawns on me, and I have a cold feeling come across my body as I realize that this isn't Ben, and these aren't my friends chasing me. I've suddenly connected all of the dots simultaneously in an overpowering and overwhelming flood of emotions. I take a moment to look behind myself, and now I can see a group of 4 people all running towards me. They've all got kind of like raincoats on, but they're zipped all the way up and are tied up with the string, so I can't really see much of their face. Now they seem to be really quick. I scream out, hey, stop, you're scaring me, stop," and it doesn't make a difference. Now, in the eerie silence of the woods, I'm sprinting in an unknown direction, trying to get away from God knows who are following me. I suddenly realize that these can't be good people, because why are they chasing me? I think maybe they're looking for someone else and have mistaken me, and I say, "Come on, I'm just a kid, I haven't done anything," completely oblivious to the situation, and one of them screams out, "If you don't stop, I'm gonna make you." And that must have given me some kind of energy boost, because I run quicker than my legs have ever taken me before. Now as I'm running, I still don't really know which direction that I'm going in. All of the trees look exactly the same. I wasn't really in a very good physical condition because I never really exercise. The only running I'd ever do is when I played this game with my friends, and that wasn't too often, so I've realised that I'm starting to tire. I have to slow down now, and I quickly glance over my shoulder and I can't see anyone, and I rest on a tree. I'm now basically crouched over, trying my very best not to make a sound, and that's when I feel it. The slimy touch of somebody wearing a glove, slowly wrapping their hand around mine, trying to pin it to the tree. I scream and I rip my hand free, and I soon realised that two of them are right next to me. The other two are crouched by other trees trying to stay out of sight, but again, they start screaming for me to come there and stay still, saying all kinds of terrible swear words to me now. My heart is honestly about to jump out of my chest, and I run quicker than I have ever before, honestly. I continue making my way down, but going is very difficult because, well, I can't go straight, I'm going to hit a tree, and I suddenly realise that I should just try and zigzag and really throw them off with my direction. I now think that I see where the trash can is, and I start sprinting towards it. I let out a really loud scream as I can see more silhouettes up ahead, but I don't have much of a choice but to sprint towards them. It's my friends, and they all look at me shocked, and I say, "Run, guys, run." And suddenly Ben grabs me and screams, "What's wrong with me?" James calms me down too, and I say, "The men, they're chasing me. The men in the woods, we have to go quick." And with that, Ben takes my hand and we sprint off towards the house. We all sprint inside, and I can't calm down enough to explain what's happened. Annoyingly, the parents of the house aren't actually home, and they're not going to be for a while, and I just start crying. I'm not really sure how long that I was actually crying for, but it must have been quite a long time. But eventually I calmed down enough to explain what had happened, and one of them decides to call their parents to come home quick, giving a brief description of what's happened. Now from there, I ended up going upstairs to use the bathroom quickly. While I'm in there, I've washed my hands and I look up, and what do I see? Somebody staring at me just from the edge of the woods, and I realise it's the same person from before. I let out a scream again, and Ben quickly comes to my side, and he sees it too. I wasn't seeing things, I know it now. And we're both as scared as anything, as the figure slowly waves at us, and then, very menacingly, slowly turns around, and calmly and weirdly confidently just drifts back into the woods. Now, it wasn't too much later before we heard the door open, and in a flood of emotions, I sprint down and start crying again, explaining what's just happened. And the mother then quickly gets the dad to come in and explains it too, and tells them to lock all of the doors and gets the police on the phone, and tells me to describe exactly what had happened in the order it did, and that's what I do. They say that some cops are going to be over soon. They make a call to my mum and dad, but realise that the phone doesn't work. I'm pretty confused as to this, but it turns out that I was so panicked I couldn't remember the number, and the mother offers to drive me over there. The dad's going to stay back with the kids just to keep them safe, and deal with the police when they arrive. And then, after explaining everything that happened, the mother looks very scared and almost goes pale like a ghost. She then explains to me that apparently there's been groups of people out there that have apparently attempted to kidnap children before. Apparently there was already an ongoing investigation, and it was very likely that that's who I encountered. And I can't stop crying, but luckily I calm down enough when I get to my parents' home, and they couldn't have been better or more supportive. Now, the police were never able to find who actually did it, or who they were for certain, and that's a part that haunts me, and it really stays with me even to this day. Now, about 15 years ago, I travelled to Spain with my best friend. We were both around 20 at the time, living the carefree young adult life. You know, two guys having a great time. We're in a warm country. No carefully filled itinerary whatsoever. Just living in the moment, doing whatever we feel like. My friend, who originally come from Spain, still had family there, which makes the month-long travel very affordable since they offered us free accommodation, a working bathroom with fresh showers and free meals a day if we wanted it. They also given us a spare key so we could come and go when we wanted. During the day, we'd often go swimming to keep us as cool as possible during the evenings, We'd often go explore the city. We went for drinks or went to a club. On a certain day, somewhat more at the end of our month-long stay there, the father of our host house, my friend's uncle, took us out for a fishing trip. We had a lot of fun out on the sea, although the trip was cut short because we had a bit too much fun with the beers. The burning summer sun, too many beers, and the wavy feeling of being out on the seas made for a very bad case of seasickness for both my friend and me. His uncle thought it was funny. After having an afternoon rest, or as they called it, siesta, and a very fulfilling late night dinner, we decided to go back out to the beach. We took a couple of cold beers with us. However, we didn't take as many as we were feeling a bit groggy from before. It was a beautiful night, open sky, no clouds and no light pollution, making the twinkling stars very visible and present. Being on vacation, being young, on a warm but comfortable summer's night with a light breeze was a perfect moment to talk about the meaning of life, about what we like to achieve one day, and what was worth it and what wasn't. If there was any other intelligent life out there, and so on. The crashing of the waves against the sand of the beach and the rocks was very calming, lulling us into an almost meditative state. Only that moment in that place seems to exist, with no world outside of it, no life and no responsibilities, no obligations and no expectations, no working hard to get somewhere. It was that moment that we noticed something is off. The crashing of the sea against the sand of the beach sounded different, harder, like something was moving in it. Under the waves, a vague shape starts to form. As it nears the shoreline, it appears to be a dog. We both looked at each other and noticed that we'd been holding our breaths for about a minute, that it took the dog to crawl from the sea to the shoreline. The tension broke because we both burst out laughing how we were so easily startled by something innocent. But then, my friend starts asking the question that made the newly rained light mood instantly go away. Where did that dog come from though? There's no one around and we never saw it go into the sea. Neither of us saw any dog swimming around and it come from under the water. Now, when he worded it like that, it seems rather curious, and actually, it could have been that that dog was there before, but as it was crawling along the beach, solely illuminated by the first quarter of the moon, it looks the size of a small horse almost, but in the shape of a dog or wolf with matted fur. It had been very present, with bony joints in its knees and elbows, and walks awkwardly a bit. My friend and I are debating if we should follow the beast, and we did actually want to find out exactly what it was. I took out my phone and started filming, from as far away as possible really, on a 2008 smartphone in the dark. By the time we reached the place at the beach where it had been, it already reached the sand dunes and disappeared in it. We saw it had left the track and decided to follow it into the dunes. We weren't prepared for what we saw next though. The beast had left a track in the wet sand from individual hoof prints in a straight line of a crisscross pattern, like any four-legged animal, but no horse could have walked in a straight line like that, even though it almost looked as though it was horse in shape. But horses aren't aquatic animals. We followed the track to the dunes and went over the first dune when we saw the beast standing about 10 meters from us. In a speck of moonlight, it didn't look like a dog either. It looked like it had the lower half of a goat and the upper half of something like a werewolf or just something. The dimensions are off, the shapes are awkward, and it was such a big animal neither of us could really place it under any existing animal that we knew of, with matted fur and bony joints, that had just come out of nowhere from underwater, but clearly it could walk and survive on land as well. Now it also left hoof marks in a straight line. Because we'd just stumbled through the bushes closely behind the beast and given away our presence, it slowly turned its head in towards us. While it was turning, it stands up on its legs. Now, not only was this the animal that come from underwater, as well as could survive on the land and walk on 4 legs, it could clearly stand and walk very well on 2 legs as well. The beast gained even more size by standing on its hind legs that must have been around 2.5 meters long. It stared at us with red glowing eyes. These were not to be mistaken with eyes of any nocturnal animal which have reflective eyes. These have a glow in it. I felt stuck in my spot, completely frozen, but luckily my friend, who was 2 steps behind me, had the mind to run away and pull me with him. We ran for what felt like forever, but was probably closer to 10 minutes because we reached the house of my friends. Now the beast hadn't followed us, or at least not all the way that we'd gone. Now, I didn't know what to make of this. We went in and told the entire story to his uncle. Of course he thought that we must have been drunk and that we made up the whole story. But when we showed him the recording, he went pal, took a shovel. To be honest, a gun would have been more impressive against a beast like that, but it's not like the average European has guns laying around, and asked us to show him where we'd seen it. We searched for almost 2 hours but never found it again. However, we find the hoof marks, a bit washed up because of the current waves. We went back home trying to make out what we'd just seen, but couldn't. We needed to know what we'd seen was just an animal, or what was it. We started googling a lot of things, and of course with the lower half of a beast looking like a goat, we stumbled upon lots of myths about the devil, which we disregarded. Had we seen an actual live beast that wasn't known by humanity yet, we began wondering if anyone's seen anything similar. It was only when I googled hoof marks in a straight line that we stumbled upon the devil footprints, so it actually was a thing, or at least something that had been supposedly seen before. But there must be some truth to what the others had seen. Now, the few days later that we had left in Spain, we spent our night out with my friend's uncle trying to find the beast again, but no purpose as we never see it again. When I come home a few days later, I saved the recording on my hard drive. Not sure what to do with it yet. I didn't want to be the crazy guy who's seen the devil, because I still didn't believe it. I just didn't know what we'd come across. I tried to forget about it, but couldn't, and a year later decided to publish the recording, hoping that anybody could make sense of what I'd seen that night. The uncle of my friend hadn't seen the beast in all the time that he'd been there since, and hadn't seen anything like it. Now, I switched my phones by then, but luckily I had the recording on my desktop, where I'd replayed it at least 1,000 times. But I booted up my desktop and something was wrong. I had to restart my hard drive a couple of times, and after booting it up in save mode, I got a message that my hard drive crashed. I tried to recover it, but I couldn't. Now, I'm still trying to figure out what I could have possibly seen that day, because I still don't have any ideas what it was. Now, I encountered a black triangle UFO just a little over 20 years ago. Myself and 3 of my friends were all sitting in the backyard on my picnic table. The top of it is so that we're all facing the same way, looking up at the clear night sky one evening in the small town we lived in. We had just left the bar and were chatting about our night and smoking when all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we saw something really big, all black and triangular shape with no lights on it whatsoever, just appear in the night sky. It was a split second that we all saw it move from one end of the sky to the other, and it covers the stars when doing so. This thing is massive, easily the size of a football field, no joke. All of us just looked at each other and explained the same thing. God, did you see that? It was insane, I'll never forget it. Then, a few weeks after the incident, I had a very vivid dream that I was on a very cold operating table with what I could only sense as beings that were not human, and they were tickling me each time they touched me, almost like a faint electrical current. There was more than one of them, and I could actually feel their physical touches. I wasn't able to see anything with what was going on. I'm pretty sure I had something over my face, so I couldn't see them or anything. However, I didn't feel threatened or scared at all. This dream then abruptly ended and I woke up in my bed. It seemed to be so real, and to this day, I fully believe that I was adopted while trying to sleep, so they could study me. I have seen the black triangle in the sky never since, or had any similar things happen to me. I think it's very weird they happened at the same time virtually too. Now, my freshman year of college was spent at a small New England liberal arts school. One night, my roommates and I went to a play put on in campus in a theatre. It's not really like many people are there. Now, we sat in an almost completely empty section to one side. The next part is hard to explain. I become certain that there was a man in an old-fashioned hat, perhaps bowler, sitting a couple of rows down from us, but the thing is, I didn't see him. It was more like the moment when I was consciously aware he was there, and tried to look at him, but he vanishes. And instead, I was left with a strong and specific memory of having been passively aware of his presence and seeing the silhouette of the man moments before. And the moment I realised that he was not there, and the fact that he shouldn't have been, I felt sickened, and I weirdly feel a cold zap through my body. I shrugged it off because I couldn't explain it, but then, a few weeks later, my roommate came back in from having a cigarette and tried to explain to me that she had seen the shape of a man in a bowler hat with a long overcoat standing next to a tree at the end of the parking lot. He was out there for several minutes without his presence feeling unusual or spooky. She just passively becomes aware, but when she tried to actually look at him, she said that she just felt really cold all of a sudden and he wasn't there. I wonder if this was a ghost or something else, since he was seen in two areas separately, described the same. And they describe a man in an old-fashioned hat, no features. Interestingly, there's lots of stories about the campus being haunted too, interestingly, actually featuring an old man in a slightly different style cap. I was hiking on a trail of which I'm very familiar with, and because of changes in the weather, I decided to leave the trail and cut through the woods. I wanted to try get to my car before a downpour, and I know the area like the back of my hand. However, before I know it, I felt very strange and disorientated and nothing looks familiar. I'm not sure if the woods seemed silent before, or if I felt that way because I become undeniably aware of how silent everything is. Oppressingly downright suffocating silence, and my heart begins to pound as I stood there, and felt as though the woods were spinning around and closing in on me like I stepped into something that I cannot comprehend. It was then that I noticed something about 15 feet in front of me. It was 10 feet high and about 8 feet tall and wide and distorted. It felt like something was bending the light and moving towards me like a fogged up mirror, but with no definitive shape, but it was moving with purpose and intelligence and would be completely unnoticeable if not for the distortion within and this thing looking directly at me. I turned to run and realised another's behind me about the same size and shapeless, almost as though that it realises that I'm there, and now there's at least 4 of them closing in on me and I'm trapped. What I'm seeing my brain can't make sense of, and I'm in utter panic now, and shot back and get towards a tree because I was too terrified to run in the direction of those things. I curl up into a fetal position, put my hands over my ears because they began ringing, and the sound was so deafening, and I closed my eyes, and these things cloaked all around me, about 5 feet away. I saw a white flash like happens when you've either been hit really hard in the head or felt punched, or maybe like being in a small accident where you fall and hit your head. That's the best way I can describe it. My ears are ringing, and the flash comes bright and then nothing. I woke up to rain falling on me. Hours have passed. Everything was like normal and I knew where I was. I gather myself and check for injuries and realised I was completely fine and shakingly. I leave the woods and drive home. I can't make sense of what happened. I've googled for similar events but found nothing. Now I really need answers. I stumbled across stealth cloaking technologies used by the military, but it's primitive compared to what I saw. I just don't know. I don't have answers and I don't know why or how it happened to me. Now I'd like to answer to some of the questions I had. Now I will definitely be seeing a doctor, but I have no history of seizures or any other mental health things that would cause this. In my 20s, and I'm fairly fit and sound of mind. I'd rather be safe than sorry, but this happened in Ireland, and I was in the Midlands. I won't be too specific. Headaches and blurry vision have only been an issue after the incident. Now there was definitely no shape to the things or beings, if that makes sense, but they were large enough for moving with purpose and intelligence. I could smell something which I thought was my brain being fried from how loud the sound was. I know how insane this all sounds, but I actually had to cover my ears and crouch down, almost in a fetal position out of fear from the sound and panic, just before I blacked out. Now it almost smelled like there was a sulphur metallic smell around me. Then the flash occurred that was blinding and I wake up hours later. I was considerably dry even though it was drizzling when this occurred, and when I woke 4 hours had passed but it was raining heavily, but I'm basically dry. I can't explain it, but there has to be a reason for it all. I won't lie, I'm shook up and a little bit scared now. I was in an area impossible for me to get lost in too. A child maybe, but not an adult, and not someone as familiar with the place as I was, to the point that I couldn't recognise it whatsoever. This happened in the American Southwest to my parents while on vacation. They had stopped at a spot along their travel route to get some food and got talking to a young local who worked there. He told them about a box canyon that was on the way to the next stop. For those of you who don't know, a box canyon is characterized by being narrow, having high vertical walls and a flat bottom. To hear my mum tell it, it was described as a canyon with an almost spiritual resonance, saying that it was incredibly beautiful and had superb acoustics. And the guy told my mum that he loves to play his guitar out there and just have a good time. Now my folks love doing stuff off the beaten path, so decide to pay it a visit. Now the canyon itself appeared to be quite isolated, no buildings of any kinds around it for miles. By the time they parked their car and made it into the canyon's entrance, the sun was just starting to go down. They said they seemed to be the only ones there, with no other parked cars around other than their own, and they make their way into the canyon. Now, my parents both have said the same thing separately without speaking of it to each other, saying that they had a sense of unease. Now it's actually not totally unreasonable, as it was starting to get dark and the canyon walls pressed close on either side. Despite this feeling, they continue on until they heard the noise. Now my parents actually report the noise differently. When I ask them to describe it, their faces kind of scrunch up, almost like it's an effortful task, or they're still uncertain. My dad said it sounded like a person, possibly a man, speaking a low single word that he didn't understand. My mum says that it didn't really sound like a word of any kind to her, just a strange deep noise that rang out from somewhere nearby above them. It was accompanied by a brief, intense flash of pale light. Neither of them knew what it was or where precisely it had come from, but they both felt immediately off and like a feeling of dread was overcoming them, and they were desperate suddenly to leave the canyon. They turned around and booked it to their car. As they exited the dark, close space of the canyon, My mum describes a feeling of uncertainty, like something was chasing them, and thinking that once they got to their car, they would find it sabotaged. Though thankfully it wasn't the case. They're able to get in and speed away down the empty road. My mum said that she didn't feel safe until they'd actually been driving for a while, still having the panicked but totally unsupported notion that they're being pursued. When they eventually spoke of it to one another, they aren't really able to make sense out of what had happened, because if they had seen something, they could at least pin it to that. Neither one of them can really put down exactly what it could have been. Now, I know this is a pretty dull as far as a spooky experience, but neither of my parents have had a history of weird encounters or tales, so this strikes me as particularly weird. Now, I've since asked my mom to clarify some things, and I forgot to update. She said the flash of light was actually quite close to them, mere feet away, and that it sort of seemed to hang in the air for a few moments. She had a hard time actually describing it, because apparently it's like nothing else. Now, this incident took place in between Chenya, Oklahoma, on a country road called Blacktop Road that flows east into Black Kettle grasslands of Chenya and west out of Chenya towards Aparaho, Oklahoma. When I was growing up in Oklahoma, my family used to show livestock. We arrived in Chenya Livestock Show for the day before show day. I was 11 at the time, I believe, and we just finished unloading the supplies and show hogs, as well as setting up their pens with food and water for the night. Since we lived not too far from Chenya, my dad decided to make the drive back home to Clinton for the night instead of getting a hotel. We took a desolate road due to the large amounts of show materials we had in the back of the 4-door Dodge Ram. We didn't want to risk them flying out onto the interstate. So I want to say that we left Chenya around 11 PM to midnight. I don't remember our exact position on the road, but it was extremely dark. My dad and my older brother were talking throughout the ride, and my dad mentioned that, oh no, I forgot the show sticks. Sometimes people steal show tools, so my dad didn't want to take the chance and turn back around, and about a minute after that, I remembered my dad saying, "What was that?" Me and my younger brother peer up and look while my dad was slowing down, and I think over the years I've replayed this countless times, but we saw a woman in a light coloured dress. I want to say stripped now, like an old prison gown. Her head was kind of tilted upwards like a plea, and she was pale. Her hair straight down blonde, and she appeared as though she's wet. It wasn't raining though, which strikes me as odd. Once we get closer, she began to say something, and it looks like she wanted to say help, but we can't make it out. My brother said, "Go, go, go, don't stop," to my dad, and my dad gunned it and swerves past her. As he did, she slapped the passenger side window really hard while screaming. My dad was trying to calm us down, as he was going to turn back around, fearing if someone was in a wreck. We turned the truck back, and we're all waiting for her to reappear. The headlights hit her running in the road from a ditch into the middle of the road, screaming at us. This time it spooks my dad because he slams it in reverse and whips the truck around towards Chenya. My dad called the sheriff's office and reports the incident. They went out there to investigate and called us back an hour or so later, informing my dad that they spotted the length of road there, but no woman or wreckage in sight. We took the freeway home and didn't really talk much about it afterwards. We have all discussed the incident, trying to figure out what we saw that night, and my dad never gave a straightforward answer. He just said that I don't know what this could have been. Now 16 years later, my brother and I drove the road that he was in the front seat at the time. He claims it was Deer Woman, some sort of Native American legend that there've been countless sightings of a woman on that stretch of road that they call the Deer Woman. The road had a turn north without warning about the 5 miles into it. If you're travelling eastbound, you Google Blacktop Road, Chenya, you'll notice a north-south turn. He said that apparently the dear woman appears to be trying to warn those of an impending term, because there's been many accidents there. In addition, we didn't dismiss the idea of it being a real person, and for a long time we thought it was a crazy woman. But when the years rolled on later, we discovered from locals through livestock shows and farmers in the area, especially the Kiowa Cemetery, as well as east of Sire, had reports of sightings of a ghost woman. I say ghost because once reported to law enforcement, usually nothing is discovered. The topic has lots of explanations attached to it as well, as a woman who died in a car crash or a dear woman. To me it seems no one knows, but the reason why I do believe it was paranormal was the stories that were shared with us about the woman, and it struck as kind of unbelievable, but the features of the woman go along with what we saw. My brother talked a lot about it and divided pretty deep into it, but thinks it might be paranormal, but we just cannot come to a clear conclusion of what exactly this is. Now, the other night around 10 or 11, my mum and I are watching a movie. It's been raining hard, so there was basically just white noise coming from outside. As I'm watching the movie, for some reason or another, the whistler popped into my head. Then I remembered the whistle with its chilling distinct tone. Then I hear the faintest sound of the whistle, but this sound is so faint that I believe it's in my head. Kind of where you hear and see things, but there's no actual noise. But then it got a little louder from outside. I kind of had a moment where I was struck cold and in shock and disbelief. There's no way I'm actually hearing it. It's gotta be the movie. The next one is louder, so I know I'm not imagining it. So I pause halfway through the whistle and I turn to my mum. It ends. A moment later, another whistle, very loud, as if whoever is whistling is standing outside the window now, which is open. I felt a jolt go through my body and I yelled, "Did you hear that?" And my mum said, "Yeah, the whistle. I thought it was a movie." Then goes on to mimic it, and it's exactly like what I heard. This legit gave me chills and freaks me out. Even creepier is how that it just stopped the moment I called and had attention on the TV and muted it. And since we live in the apartment complex, there is constantly people walking around that you can hear, but when the whistling stopped, there was pure silence. There wasn't any sound of movement, but I wasn't going to go near a window and find out. I just sat there and stared at it. Thankfully, the legend states that if you hear the whistle loud and clear, this means he's far away. When it's quiet or in the distance, he's really close. Actually, that makes it creepier because that means that it couldn't have been too far at some point. But God, I really hate what I've heard. Now, around 4 years ago, I trained a new hard-working, honest guy, early 30s, seemingly healthy and into yoga and had a beautiful girlfriend, etc. He seemed to be very balanced and healthy. I'm gonna name him Coworker A. We had another long-time co-worker who was sort of Mr. Popular with managers, but honestly super annoying. Really large personality. People mutually could only take him in small doses. He was essentially the embodiment of a frat person who would randomly dance on the job and freestyle. I call him Coworker B. Now before I explain, I should include that this workplace sucked. It barely holds a single star on Indeed. It's a large factory without windows, toxic management and long hours. It was very hard on most people's mental health. So anyway, roughly a year into the Coworker A's stay, things start changing. He and I were mutually friendly to one another, and we could have long civilized discussions about interesting things. But something was really out of place when he mentioned his new beliefs about the world being flat and the hologram moon theory. It was really unlike the old version of him, which was actually really rational. I sort of shrugged it off and said it's probably a phase or he's just messing with me. Fast forward a few weeks, coworker A has seemingly took a lot of interest in coworker B and sort of developed some of his mannerisms but in a more endearing way. Kinda copying his silly dances and laughing. Seems harmless, but as the months go on, he continued to dance more and more to the point that he's actually asked to stop by supervisors. He would even be moving around at morning meetings, using all the same mannerisms and phrases as coworker B. The thing that really starts to creep out coworker B is actually to the point that he switches shifts. We theorize that he's on drugs or something, but coworker A was a very vocal person against all substances, including alcohol, and he's also a vegan. Where things start to change for the worse is when coworker B ends up getting a new hire at work. She ends up becoming his girlfriend and they move in together, etc. Now this is when coworker A shows up using coworker B's name. He actually signs himself into the book differently as the other guy. Then that was pretty weird. But later in the day, A stands up on a work table screaming, "I'm in love with coworker B's girlfriend" by name, with his arms spread out in a cross Jesus formation, face to the ceiling. The whole place is silent, and after he ended up standing in a corner with a broom sweeping nothing for the next few hours, he wouldn't turn around from the corner either, not even when tapped on the shoulder or called by name. The only time I saw him away from that corner was when it was his time to go home. He was the last one out. Unfortunately, my job being QC, I'm always among the last ones out too. Despite both of us being the last in the building, I did my best to act normal when passing him in the hallway. I glanced at him. He was looking directly at me, head tilted down, making a weird face, actually with his teeth out. The next day, our boss decided coworker A needs to go to hospital, so we actually made an appointment and got him in the Uber. He was put on leave for a week. Now the security guards who I'm friends with said that apparently he was showing up in the middle of night trying to sign in for work at the card reader, like 2 or 3 AM. Anyway, surprisingly, a week later, coworker A comes back and seems somewhat normal, almost like he had no recollection of anything. He even wrote an entire album on his phone, which was surprisingly better than I thought it would be. But I noticed all were love lyrics, kind of weird country love songs. As things begin to normalize with coworker A, he stated that he really wanted to hang out with me and go for a hike and throw axes at trees, etc. I sort of didn't agree or disagree. I said I'd get back to him, as I was secretly on edge. He asked me later what day I would actually go, and unfortunately I said I had other obligations. "Well, I guess I can't throw an axe in your face then," he said, and I laughed, not knowing how to react. I told my manager, and he kinda just scratched his head uncomfortably and shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, coworker A finds out where coworker B works, due to a work get-together where everyone was invited. They eventually find rocks and sticks in weird formations on their door. As we all knew collectively it was A, things got really weird when they actually found A looking through the windows at night. He was also scratching the windows with his nails, calling out B's name, whispering, "B, I want to tell you something." This is when our manager finally decides to take action and fires A. 4 years later, coworker A still stalks coworker B's now girlfriend, and actually had to get a restraining order. So, it's a pretty scary experience overall to be a part of. Now, this happened when I was younger, around 8 or 9. I grew up in a reservation in eastern Maine. I lived with my mother and brother who was younger. We lived in a 2 multi-story dwelling unit or public housing. Now, there's vast wooded areas in my backyard surrounded by deep woods, and it wouldn't take much to get lost in them. I always ended up adventuring there and was fairly familiar with the territory. It was late winter with about 4 or 5 inches of snow on the ground, and I heard knocking on the front and back door at the same time at around 1 a.m. in the morning. I noticed it first, and then my mother got up and told my brother and I to stay in the room. She called the police and went downstairs to see if someone was at the door. We keep hearing knocking, but as my mom got closer to the door, it would suddenly stop. No one was actually visibly out there, and the police eventually show up. Lights up the front of our place. Neighbours actually come out to see what's going on. All of them say that they didn't actually see or hear anyone. The police search around the property to see if anyone was hiding or ran off, but they didn't see anything. A cruiser stayed in our parking lot for the majority of the night in case anyone comes out again. Sunrise came and the officer had left early in the morning. My mother and next door neighbour went outside, and I assumed to talk about what had happened. Then she notices some footprints in the snow that went along the building leading to our front door and all the way back up into the forest. But these footprints were strange, as though someone was wearing pointed boots and about size 10 or 12 men's. The prints weren't inverted, normally as though the toes are facing each other, but kind of at an angle facing out. Now the creepiest part about them is that the footprints seemed to move side to side. Toes were inverted and looked as though they jumped from side to side in a perfect line leading to the woods. My mother didn't say anything about them until later in life when I was older. But I knew they were there, it was obvious. I know you're thinking maybe somebody played a prank or faked it, but there were other prints in the snow too, around the strange ones, but only around the building. I assume the other footprints were made by officers due to the fact that they appear normal and follow normal movements and patterns, but there were no other footprints in the snow leading up to the tree line. I followed the footprints into the woods. No other markings around them, just perfectly invented side to side, leading deeper and deeper into the forest. I get to the point where an uneasy feeling washes over me, like something's telling me go back, but I knew where the prints were leading and it wasn't a familiar area. Now it would have eventually led into a marsh or bog area. I got chilled by that thought and decided to turn back. I never told my mother about it until later on. I never heard of anything similar, and I wondered if I was the only one to experience anything like this. So one day, I was driving to meet my sister for lunch in northern VA, about an hour from my home. It was raining outside and I had pretty much no tread on my tyres, but I didn't know that at the time. Anyway, I'd taken an exit onto a busy highway. If you've ever driven in northern VA, you know that the traffic is absolutely terrible because of all the commuting people from DC. As I was turning / merging onto the highway, my car completely lost traction and began spinning. I spun onto the highway, all the while clutching my steering wheel and hoping for the best. I had absolutely no control and ended up stopping in the middle of the highway facing the direction of oncoming traffic. Here's the weird part. When this happened, there was not a single car on either side of the road or one in sight. Without thinking, I drove my car straight in the opposite direction until I reached a patch of grass. I kid you not. The second my car was out of the way, cars were flying down the road once again, hundreds of them. It was extremely busy on the road once more. My sister even passed me, called me, and asked if there was a reason I parked there. I immediately stopped crying because I suddenly become overwhelmed. Had the traffic been normal, I would have surely been hit head on. Certainly killed. I still cannot explain what happened to me to this day. It was like a glitch in the system, or I could have been extremely lucky. But I drive on this road frequently and I've genuinely never seen it like this before. And somehow, no one was there for the duration of my accident. I really don't know what this could have been. I'm a park ranger and I'd like to share my story with you all today. More in the sense that I want to get some opinions on exactly what happened to me. I mean, I have my own view, but I guess in my line of duty I probably think differently about threats and dangers, so I really want the outside perspective. I haven't really spoke to too many of my friends about these things because, well, even where I work, I guess like rumours spread really easily and things. I mean, it wasn't the other day that I told people at my job that I was going to be leaving soon. And obviously, I didn't give them permission to tell everybody else, but what happened? When I go back, I get complete random people that I barely even speak to saying, oh, you're leaving soon? Yeah, I don't know, it's something that's always annoyed me. I just really don't like it or appreciate it. I feel like it's a big breach of trust, and with something like this happening to me, I don't want that to be the case, but like I said, I want to hear what people think about my experience in my own words, not from the words of others who have potentially misconstrued of what happened, and the truth is what's important here. So, as I said, I'm a park ranger, but I'm going to be leaving the job soon. Now, it's not in the sense that I don't enjoy it like I used to, I just kind of need to evolve as a person, and I think being out there on my own was good for a while, but not for too long. I'm kind of like a social butterfly in the sense that I really need to be around other people, and as much as I enjoy being out there, it kind of becomes the same picture each day, and regardless of how relaxed I feel, I really feel like I need more, and I'm probably too young to have this kind of job in some regards, but not in others. So, I was stationed somewhere that we have a beautiful lake. Now, this lake is absolutely gorgeous. It's one of the most blue ones that you'll ever see. I can't remember exactly why it was so blue, but it was a really beautiful thing. Now, on the day in particular that this event happened, everything was going like normal. I was doing a number of my duties, and, well, in my country, one of those duties is to pick up rubbish that people leave behind and litter and things, however you guys say it. I didn't really have an issue with this, it just annoyed me because sometimes in the sun it would make bags melt a bit, and I guess you can imagine how bad that actually smelled. It wasn't a nice thing. But again, someone had to do it, and often it was us. Now, I started picking up some litter which is on the trail, and this actually annoyed me. I think, why on earth do people want to trash this place? I mean, literally, that's all they're doing. But I have my little grabber thing, and I'm putting everything inside the bag. So, to be honest, I'm actually enjoying the time more than I expected to at this point. The trees are given a really nice shade now, so there was no need for me to rush trying to get out of the sun. I have a camel pack, so I'm just constantly drinking from this on my journey. Now the bag gets pretty full, but I kind of had like a holster thing I could hook it onto, so it would kind of hang off the side of me if I use that stick, if that makes sense. But it wasn't too heavy, it was manageable really. Now while I'm doing this, I do notice something strange. There seems to be some kind of diving suit. Well, at least that's how it appears to me. It's probably like, I don't know if you've seen one of the Batmans with Penguin, but the old one. You know the cat lady, the thing she wore in that? It was more similar to that, but obviously had been in the water at some point. Now, I stop for a moment and think to myself, well, we do get some people that go swimming here, but you wouldn't really want to wear this for that job. And I think this is pretty bizarre. Now, I've prod around a little bit, and I'm worried that maybe it's something weird that shouldn't be here. I gather my thoughts for a moment and realise that it's probably best if I just continue on my way. I'm gonna have to come back for it another time. This is quite annoying really, because I have to go all the way back and get another one of those smelly bags to take this thing. I did try and lift it up originally with my grabber thing, but it was far too heavy and I don't want that dripping on me while I'm walking. It will not be a fun time. But I'm prepared for this and I continue on my trail. I get to a point where I decide that now's a good time to get some food in me and stop for a little bit. I'm eating some of my sandwiches and I've got some peanuts with me when I notice something drifting off in the lake. It's really bizarre. It kind of looks like some kind of boat, but It's definitely not a canoe, it's slightly bigger than that, but it seems to just vanish suddenly. It's almost like it sunk down into the water, and I get a little suspicious of this. Now, bearing in mind that I'm actually seeing this through some trees, and I'm not 100% convinced myself that what I'm seeing is actually real or not. I also had my cool shades on, so that probably made it a lot harder. I take them off though, and I still can't see much of anything. I don't really have the best of eyes, to be honest, and annoyingly I left my glasses back at our old station office, whatever you call it. So I stand there observing, and I don't see anything initially. I note this is odd, and I think, well, got some more trash to pick up, and I continue on my way. Now, one thing I'd like to note is that I didn't see anybody else during this time, which is a pretty bizarre thing because, well, usually you see a couple of people around, but today, it was like one of those western ghost towns of today, where nobody's there but people were once. So, I decided that I should probably get heading back now, but not before I take in a beautiful look at this lake. I think this is really nice here, and to actually take off my boots and take my socks off and put my feet in the water. I found it was a nice way to cool down, and that with the sun on your face is really a nice thing. And as I'm doing so, I hear something in the water. Now again, it sounds like somebody's thrown something, or there's a boat that's just come ashore. I look around, half expecting to see somebody dragging things up, but I can't see anyone or anything. I presume that maybe it's a fish, but I don't think the fish here are that big, and that's not how they would normally act. I decide instead that it's high time just to get back. Now the trash is smelling pretty bad at this point, and I kind of swung it round on itself so that way it wouldn't make that much of a smell when I was walking and would kind of seal on itself. And would you know, it splits open. So now I have to spend a while trying to put things on it again and getting it back to normal and kind of making the bag smaller and the smell stronger. As I'm doing this, I noticed some more trash up ahead of me, which is strange because I was sure I cleared the path perfectly. I now know that people probably come past here recently, and I go to pick it up. It looks like some kind of note, but I don't bother actually looking at it and just put it straight in the bag. I continue on my walk now, and eventually I get back, throw that nasty stuff away, and actually have a shower there. I know that's kind of like ironic to some people listening because obviously I still have to go back for the wetsuit thing, but I just don't want to smell bad. And I'm quite germophobic, I think that's how you say it, but I don't know, I just don't like germs at all, and I was starting to smell a bit where the bag had opened on myself. But not to worry. I have my nice shower and I get a big thick bag now. I make some notes of what I'm doing in the day because where I work we have to log everything that we're doing. It's just like a general process, but it's important for security reasons. So I say goodbye to the dirty clothes and step out in the new ones with the new bag and everything ready. Now there was some cloud cover so it is a little bit darker. And it also meant I didn't need my sunglasses, and I could in fact wear my normal glasses, which I was happier doing so. Now I'm able to see a lot more clear this time, and it probably would have been a good idea to bring them before, but that's in hindsight. So I start making my way again, and I realise that there's more and more trash. I keep on putting them in the bags again, and I think this is a little odd. And it's also annoyed me because obviously I probably left the trail with this stuff and not realised it, so now I'm doubling up on my job. The other issue I have is that there's more important things for me to do later in the day. I actually have to install a sign somewhere later on, and I'm not looking forward to it because that thing's heavy. So I just continue on and eventually make it up to where that wetsuit thing is. Now that's the thing, I say where it is because I can't find it. I can find the silhouette where obviously it was in the water before and left a water print, but there's no wetsuit to be found. I look around everywhere and I really can't seem to find it. I think maybe it's drifted in again, and what do I see? Just floating off on the shoreline, I can see it, probably about a mile away or something, and it's on the other embankment. This is no issue for me though, my friend, because I have to go over there with that sign, so I'm not too bothered. I just think it's odd because it shouldn't have been able to slip down because it was actually on some high ground, but not the kind something could roll off of, so I think this is bizarre, but again, I think maybe I'm having a bad day and I'm going a bit senile, or I don't know. So I just pick up more and more trash, and that's when I notice something odd. It all seems to be paper with things scrawled onto it, and I think, well, someone must have done some weird art project, or it was some young kid that was doing drawings and their parents didn't want to take it home. Okay, but that doesn't explain why it wasn't there earlier. So I quickly retraced my steps and ended up finishing the trash rounds. Ah yes, my favourite part of being a ranger that I missed so much, and what was actually an addition to what I was doing originally, but we'll talk about that another time. Now, I start walking back and I have a strange feeling. It's almost like there was somebody else there with me, but of course there's no one around. It actually isn't uncommon to have this feeling and sense, and I don't know. I'm not going to say that I'm someone that picks up on these things well, but it's just a feeling I'd noticed a few times before in this line of work. You're taught actually to listen to it and not ignore it because it might be a sign of, I don't know, somebody in danger. But I checked the log and there's no such reports, so I know that there's definitely nothing wrong. So I just kind of shake it off and get back. Now I'm a bit more annoyed because I have to bring this heavy signpost, but that's fine. At least I'm actually going to get that thing that I saw earlier. I decide once again not to log it though, because I'm going to have a long day at this point. So I start my trek. I have to walk quite a number of miles to get through to the other side of the lake, and as I'm walking I notice something. There's two people in a canoe, but I can't really make out much about them. They're kind of in the shadow side of a cloud, if you know what I mean, so I can't really see any details in particular. But they're not supposed to be here. I know that much for absolute certain, and I wave at them and call out. What was a little creepy is they both stop and seem to stare at me. And it could be my eyes playing tricks on me, but it almost looks like one of them's wearing a kind of plague doctor outfit. It's not exactly the same as like the European ones that we had, but it's not far off, and I think this is really weird. Again, I haven't got the best of eyes, and stupidly I don't have binoculars with me, so I can't get a closer look. But I decide that I should meet them on the other side, because I think maybe they're the ones who have the wetsuit, and I have a few questions for them. So, I start walking now. Every so often, I can make them out for a little bit, but then they dart in between trees. My line of view is blocked is what I'm saying basically, but I'm a persistent being, so I keep going. Now, it doesn't take too long, and eventually I get to roughly where they should be, but they're nowhere to be found. I don't know if you guys have seen Pirates of the Caribbean, but it's almost like when the boat just sunk into the water of that weird guy with the tentacles, but they've just vanished now. I'm not really sure exactly what to make of this, but I can only presume that yes, they have gone to the other side of the embankment. Now, I'm not too much further away now, but I'm getting a bit irritated now because this is the kind of stuff that makes you have a really long day. And guess what, my boss doesn't care. He'll just let me have overtime when I'm working till like 9 or 10 at night, then want me to come in at 8 AM the next day. Yeah, you can imagine why I had to leave this place, but anyway, I digress now. So, I'm not too much further away now, and I'm very perplexed about as to where they could have specifically gone. It really doesn't make sense to me how they've just gone under. I mean, is there some kind of big iceberg which I'm missing and they've gone into it like the Titanic? Maybe, but the water doesn't feel that cold. Now, I was so curious as to where they went, I was half tempted to go for a swim. I mean, it'd be quicker than walking, but obviously I'm not going to do that. So I just make my way over to the embankment, and there it is. The wetsuit. It seems to have come snagged upon some logs and things that have fallen off from trees, so I go over to it. And that's when I suddenly feel fear come across my entire body, and I'm kind of froze, just fixated on it without thinking. It suddenly hits me, this could actually be a body. It doesn't look like the wetsuit I saw before, and I think maybe this is a person who's drowned. And I get some adrenaline, and I very slowly proceed. Something feels a little off about this situation, and it literally looks like a headless thing there. I get a big stick and I decide to poke it. I know that's 100% not what I'm supposed to do in this line of duty, but I don't know. There's nothing else I can actually think of doing that's probably going to work now. And that's when I realise something rather bizarre. Some kind of stuffing comes out, and it's not a body at all. It's almost like a farmland scarecrow, but it kind of looks weirdly put together, almost like the Catwoman suit. No, this is where things are really weird, because this was the thing I saw earlier, but it didn't have anything in it. So that raises a question. Who filled this thing up, and why was it here on this bank? I think that's really weird, so what do I do next? Well, I grab another stick, an even bigger one this time, and kind of drag it ashore. And there's some stuffing falling out, which is kind of like originally a white colour, but it's gone to more of a dark cream, I guess. And I'm able to take it ashore, and I leave it there. I'm staring at this thing, which is almost like the farmland thing I said about, but not quite, and I don't know what to make of it. I finally call out, "Hey, whatever you're doing, you're not supposed to be." And I get a response, at least in my head, telling me to get out of there. Now, I guess some of my survival instincts finally kicked in, and to be honest, they're not always the best at all times. Not again for the work I was doing, but that's another reason I left, but hey. So, I start walking back now, deciding that this is something I should probably tell the guys about, and not necessarily investigate alone. I mean, all we've got between me and the relative safety of our office building thing, not a building, but you know what I mean, is the water, and I'm not going to swim. That's when I see what appears to be the two figures I saw earlier, this time on the shoreline. Now I get a much better look at them this time, and this is pretty bizarre what I see. I can see they've stopped to look at me, and one's tall but the other's relatively small. They're dressed exactly the same. They have kind of like a weird half pointy hat on, and kind of not exactly a robe but some kind of gown on, in a weird black but waxy outfit. It's different from what the mannequin was, but they don't say a word. I call out and do a big Y symbol with my hands trying to get their attention, but this doesn't work. I have a weird feeling about this, and this is another weird thing. They both start walking towards me, literally into the water. They walk until they're about head height until they just stop, and seem to vanish underwater. Now, this only took about 10 seconds, and I decided I was going to wait them out. And finally they resurfaced again. Now both going in different directions. One is going towards our station place, and the other is coming more towards me, walking slowly along the shoreline. Now, I'm pretty confused here. I go around to look at that mannequin thing, and it's still there. But I decide that it's probably best if I get away from whatever this is. Now, annoyingly, I have to kind of trek through some of the more foresty area to get back. I wait for a little bit just to figure out where they're going, and definitely one's coming towards me, but annoyingly it's kind of blocking off the safe route that I already come along. I decide that I am going to have to go through this much more treacherous area, but that's fine. I've got some pretty good boots for it. Now, for some reason I didn't feel terribly under threat at this point. It's probably because the area was so nice, and it was quite a good sunny day, so I didn't feel too bad. The only way I can describe my feeling is like something was just way off, and I saw something I wasn't supposed to. Now, again, I don't always react with the best survival instincts, so I didn't have anything to arm myself. I just decided to pick up a stick. Funnily enough, it wasn't even a big one, but I guess I could have launched it at somebody if needed, and maybe they would flinch react and that would give me time to run away. So yes, this is the escape plan. Now, this scarecrow thing goes out of sight for quite a while, and I just stop. I think, well, why am I getting so scared of this? Is this really a threat? Or am I the ranger here? Who's in control of the situation? And I relax myself a lot more. Now, I'm stood like this for probably about 20 or so minutes, just really confused as to what to do. And I now realise that I was probably in shock a little bit, but at the time I didn't know that. I just thought I was dealing with the situation accordingly to what I could see around me. And now, as I'm standing there, I can hear something breaking through the trees. I think, God, what now? And I quickly take a step back and I manage to get behind a tree. And I then catch sight of it. I can see one of those things now. It's a smaller one, but where its face should be, it's wearing some kind of skull mask and it has black face paint on. Now, I'm telling you this because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I really couldn't. And what do I do in this situation? I get my stick and throw it as far as I can to try and distract this thing. And then it dances towards it, almost like a dog going after some kind of treat or animal, but literally dancing while doing so. I now have some real fear running through my bones, and I start making my way in the opposite direction. Now, I couldn't hear this thing, it almost just gone silent again, and whatever this is, person or God knows what, didn't seem to be following me, and I let my guard down a bit. I've now come to the conclusion that there's some pretty weird cult people out here, and maybe they're trying to get me, and maybe, just maybe, I've come across some kind of crime scene they don't want me to know about. So, I have to start making my way now, tediously, around the lake, to try and get to relative safety, and my mind slips. I completely forget about the other one. Now, I make it probably about halfway across to the relative safety, and where I have a truck, but I hear something up ahead of me again. This time it sounds much more forceful and quick, so I quickly duck down. I laid there for probably a good 5 minutes until I lock eyes with it. It was an animal. I can't remember exactly what animal it was like a big rodent, but it slowly makes its merry way towards the water, and I kind of cursed myself a bit just for being so scared. I say, come on, you have to get a hold of yourself and get a grip now. Now what's especially bizarre is that's when I notice it. What appears to be a body floating in the lake. I now realise that this is that thing I'd moved earlier. It was now floating further across, and I observe it until it comes up on the bank again, and then I see it. That person goes to grab it, but they're assisted by another one, equally as tall as them. I now realise that there's at least 3 people here. They're dressed exactly the same, and they drag this over to the shore and leave it there. Now, I was really glued into the spot for quite a long time. I'd actually stared at this whole event taking place for so long that when I looked away, my eyes took a long while to adjust to not looking at bright things again. And it was almost like, I don't know what you call it, snow blindness, but I was pretty much experiencing a form of this. Because I'd been staring at God knows what this was for so long now. And I'll take a deep breath, look around and realise that I'm gonna have to get myself out of here. Now I'd actually gone off the path that I was on earlier, and I'm on a bit of a rough area a little bit, and it's not really good for crossing. I now know that I can take the long route to get back, and that's what I decide to do. I have to crawl across some areas and I'm probably gonna get wet, but that's kind of the least of my issues at this specific point. I can kind of go into one of the streams that actually feeds the larger lake that I've just come from, and I'm kind of doing like a military prone crawl around here. I don't know who these folks are, but for all I know there could be 100 of them out of here, and I'm on my own, so Even though I'm not the smallest and I'm a little bit built, I really don't like my chances, and things like this really give me the heebie-jeebies, so yes, it's time to escape. Now, as I'm crawling, I don't hear anything. I still have another stick that I've picked up, and for some reason it made me feel a lot more safe. Maybe it's some kind of primitive thing and that's why cavemen always seem to have sticks, but in this specific moment, that's what made me feel better and that's what counts. I wasn't that far away from safety, but I come up to the first kind of wetland area and I really feel a bit cold because of the water. I've also managed to scratch up my elbows and my belly and my knees a bit, and I'm now bleeding. I was a little bit worried about getting infected because it's quite dirty here, and you can imagine there's all kinds of bacteria and insects, and I hate both. I know some of you are probably asking, why did I do this job if I don't like those things, and I can't tell you that. I don't really know myself. But now, I'm not too far away from the relative safety of things that I know. I managed to come up to kind of like a clearing where I can actually see across to the lake. I'm pretty worried now that maybe they've followed me around but there's no one in sight. Now my own breathing was pretty heavy now, but then I hear another kind of breathing not too far away from me. This sounds like quite a heavy breathing, almost like it's being filtered through something. Not exactly like Fader's one, but maybe 10% similar. Almost like that you're wearing something over your face. Not a scarf, but like a plastic one. And I stop dead. I can hear this breathing, but I can't figure out where it's coming from. I know it can't be far away. It never seems to get closer though. And now I don't have the element of surprise because I cannot gauge it. I try my best to stay still and I feel my legs starting to shake, so I tense up my leg muscles and stop myself from shaking. Now this breathing does not stop whatsoever, and I'm now at a point where I must go forward to try and get to better things, and I decide that I should slowly but carefully crawl my way forwards once again. I decided that I wasn't going to stop crawling no matter what, and that's what I start doing. Now I realise that the breathing sound is slowly getting further away with each crawl that I make forward. I managed to get about 5 minutes further from this point and I can't hear the breathing anymore. I decide it's safe to look up, and that's when I see it. Some dark figure not too far off, but this time on the other side. That's when I can see it. There's burning. I try and figure out exactly where this thing is specifically, and I'm able to approximate it to where I saw that wetsuit thing before, or the farm figure, whatever it is. There's a very thick black smoke coming off of it. I'm quite worried now that there's going to be a forest fire, but it doesn't seem likely because it's close to the shore, but that raises the question. How did that fire start and why is it there? Now, I'm not sure what to do at this point, and I start crawling again. I'm not sure whether there's multiple fires or only one, but I know that I'm not going to stick around to find out. And I eventually crawl up to the point that I'm not too far away from the station now. I start to feel a little bit better, and then I feel it breathing on my neck. Now I don't know if any of you have ever experienced this before, but my god man, it's like somebody takes your soul. It's almost like your brain accepts, maybe it's some kind of prehistoric man thing, but it accepts that you've been captured and you have a second to make a decision. So, with my stick in hand, almost like it was second nature, I turn around and swing as hard as I can, literally with my eyes closed, and there it is, whack. I feel a sudden pain in my hand, and I realise that I'm bleeding. My hand's now wet. I realise that some of the stick is shattered and splintered into my hand, and that's when I see it. Somebody hits the ground with a large thud, and I can't make out a face, but they're dressed in some really weird kind of occultist outfit. It's like a weird dark robe, and then I get up and run. Now this person was pretty big, probably 6 feet and at least 200 pounds, but I couldn't stop to take in too many details, and before I knew it, I make it back to the station, and I actually take off my shirt to try and stop my hand from bleeding because I was worried I was going to bleed out. I quickly get in and scream on the radio for backup and help. While the radio's still on, I make a call out to the local fire responders and say that there's a fire here. I'm not sure what to do, so I quickly go to the kitchen area and get all of the knives and hide them away. I get the biggest one I can find and I grab that. I lock all of the doors and stay on the radio with my friends, who are also my colleagues here. They can't believe what I'm telling them, and apparently the fire people are going to get there first. I warn them that there's strange individuals out here, and they say they understand. It must have took about another 40 minutes though of waiting in agony before they finally get here. And once they do, I quickly point out to where the fire was. It's now gone out and they say that they're going to investigate. Eventually a few others who work here also arrive and some law enforcement too, and they say that they're going to take over the search from here. I give the exact location of what had happened, and one of the policemen who's first aid trained actually helps to get my hand patched up. I'd really hurt my hand, but luckily it wasn't broken or fractured, which is a good thing. Now, I ended up waiting in that station for quite a long time, until eventually the fire people come back first and say there's no signs of fire, just some ashes, where something was burned. They said it was clothing, but they couldn't determine which because of the fire. But there was definitely no immediate threat, and that was a relief. That was my biggest fear. A beautiful place like this should not burn to the ground, and if there's one person that can stop it, I'm gonna make sure it's me. Now second, the police come back and say that they really can't find anyone, and they ask for an entire report of exactly what had happened. I give them everything, and they kind of doubt what I was saying, constantly saying, "Are you sure this is what happened?" And I say yes, and they start doing some weird things, like asking if I've taken any prescription drugs or anything. I say yes. How do you think this happened to my hand? And they say that they're going to keep some people stationed here and try and investigate until they find out what's happened. Now, eventually I got put to a different area. In fact, it wasn't even to do with the forest, it was actually on the admin side. Eventually I had to leave the job because I just couldn't bear the thought of going back there. Now, we were never able to find out exactly how many people were there, or what they were doing, or why they were there. And since there's no reports of similar events happening, I can only imagine that it was some kind of cults doing some really weird, ritual or whatever they want to do out there. And maybe they were trying to capture me for some kind of human sacrifice or God knows what. I'm just very happy that I managed to stop at least one of those and give them a taste of their own medicine before they got me. Now the following is a series of weird things that happened to me that I truly can't explain. Now what annoys me most about this is that I've tried to tell people my experience and they kind of just laugh it off. Actually, I told one of my colleagues at work today. I work as a forest server fire patrol person, but when I told them my story, they kind of just laughed at me and said, "Oh yeah, is that really what happened?" And that really annoys me. And this is supposed to be someone that's quite similar and that I'd actually consider a friend there, and also had weird experiences before, so I just don't get it. People are so eager to hear what you say, but then they're so happy and quick to dismiss everything. I just don't get it. But let's dive into my story and hopefully at least a few of you will understand. Now emotionally, I wasn't really the same after this. I don't know why. I'm not a spiritual person and I don't really believe in religion much, but this kind of made me think about what else is really out there. Where I live, there can be lots of snow all the time, but I love to go on my little adventures, and there was a forest that was supposedly haunted near where I lived. Now I'd heard quite a few things about this place, and apparently you'll hear screams in the night, you'll see headless people wandering around, and I guess just the works really. Now I'd actually been here on 2 occasions before. One was when I drove out with one of my friends, but to be honest, it was just the biggest waste of time. I mean, literally nothing happened. We were driving for a long time to get there, and basically nothing happened, and we just get bored and come back. So I wasn't expecting too much in the second time that I'd been there. Again, nothing had happened, but in more recent times, I'd moved much closer and thought, why not go? Also, there was quite a nice snowfall, so I thought this was pretty cool. I really like going on adventures at night time like this, especially when the elements are involved. For whatever reason, it kind of makes me feel almost like I'm in a movie. Especially if I've got my AirPods with me and I just listen to songs, and it really creates a vibe. I always found it empowering, but yeah. So I set out at night, and I walked towards the forest off of the main path, and it's really dark. The stars are looking absolutely beautiful above me, and luckily there's no cars coming, so I just get off and straight into where the forest starts. There was probably about 30 meters of snow or whatnot before it actually starts. Then you're hit by lots of trees. Now I turn my flashlight on and suddenly I can see really well. I had a really powerful one that was actually adapted for cameras and stuff. I was actually joking with one of my friends, it's like turning on the daytime and there's nothing to be scared of. And I also said that this probably scares away the spirits more than anything. They probably think it's God. I think of these jokes as I can see my breath in front of me from the cold. Now, it's kind of like the snow that's fallen quite quickly to the ground, almost like it's kind of sleet, but it's not. It's still snowing. I notice it as I take my first steps into the forest. I have some pretty skinny trees on either side of me when I see something that looks odd. I can see what appears to be a white silhouette to my left when suddenly it vanishes. I'm a little confused by this, but suddenly I realise that it must be my breath from where I've got my scarf and things. I think it's a little odd, and I tell myself just relax a bit, and I keep walking. The trees are kind of like overarching here, and it actually looks really beautiful. I do notice one odd thing. There seems to be footprints that lead off from the main trail, but they kind of look like hoof shapes. I thought maybe some kind of animal went through here, or God knows what. It couldn't have been horse riding because the branches are actually too low. To give you an idea, they're probably about 8 feet above me or dropping down to 5, so you'd have to duck sometimes. Now these aren't nice branches too. They're the kinds that come snagged on each other, and if you make one loose, it's going to kind of whip you in the face. And I didn't want to lose my eyes. But it wasn't too much of an issue really. So when I set off, I didn't really have a direction or place that I wanted to go to. I heard there was an old church that used to be here, and I thought, you know what, that would be pretty cool if I can find that. Who knows what would happen if I go there on my own. Now at the time, I was certain there were other people around because I literally can't hear anything or see anyone. A really good telling sign is the fact that there's no lights. You kind of need lights to see where you're going out here, but I literally couldn't see any. Every so often, I look off into the woods and I don't see anything. I did notice 1 or 2 strange sounds, but they didn't happen too frequently. I know that there's lots of animals out here because of my normal line of work, and just I guess from having some good sense about my surroundings, so I didn't let it put me off. I knew I had to be careful of certain animals out here because I guess some could hunt at night, but I was going to be far bigger and they wouldn't dare go to me. The sky almost looks like a beautiful orangey colour above me because of my torch, and I think that's really pretty. I do start to feel the cold a bit now, so decide to pick up the pace. Another interesting thing is there's lots and lots of footprints on this path which have been here earlier. And I think that's a little bit bizarre because usually people don't hum here too often. I'm very used to going out here and there's no one around. So that was interesting. As I'm walking, the snow's now going directly into my face and it actually made it a bit annoying, to be honest. I stopped for a moment to try and figure out the direction of it so I can try and avoid it when I hear a howling off. Now I don't know exactly where it's coming from, but there seems to be another little trail where you can cut through going off of the main path, but I decide not to follow it just in case. I was kind of expecting to run into some crazy dog walker or something, but they never showed up, so I think this is a little bit odd. Eventually I come up to one of the trail signs and I can see some of the wildlife that lives here, and I think to myself, well, there's definitely nothing that's gonna hunt me, as it's just birds and things like that. But I do wonder what the sound is that I heard. Now, I go a little bit further along and eventually the snow picks up even more now. It felt a little bit different and almost like the weather had become more hostile now. Again, I'm not a spiritual person, but it almost started to feel a bit more like the air was different here. Now, the only way I can describe what I was seeing if you haven't been in the woods at night in the snow is everything sort of looks like an infinite dream. It's almost like somebody's made an unlimited map of just forest, snow, woods, and it's just going to keep on going forever. You do have to be careful out here though, because if you really go off the path, then you don't want to be stuck out in the cold like this. As you can imagine, trying to get a fire going is not easy at the best of times, let alone here. As I'm thinking of this, I hear sounds up above again. I can hear somebody scurrying through the tree line. Well, at least that's what I think it is. And I pause for a second, and I go to switch my flashlight with one that has more of a focus beam. And I kid you not, as this is happening, I can see what appears to be a really small kind of lanky armed person scurrying through the woods. And I take a moment to figure out what this is. I quickly flicker on my other light, which is more powerful, and I don't see anything, so I just put it down to my mind going a little bit loose. I do have to say, I've never seen anything like this, and I think this is really weird. Annoyingly, my eyes didn't adjust well enough in the darkness to actually see this thing, and I have tried telling this part to some other people, but again, they all just say, oh yeah, it's just a rabbit. But I mean, come on, I've seen rabbits, and this thing had lanky arms. I can only describe it as if a person was about 3 feet tall, had a very large torso and very long skinny arms that dragged the floor. But I don't know where they've gone. I tried looking around for more footprints, but I can't see anything, and this gives me a little bit of adrenaline to pick up the pace. I knew I'd gone out here hoping to find some ghosts and things, but now I wasn't so sure if I actually wanted to find them or not. Now again, I can see a mist form just in front of me, then slowly disappear again. It was a white mist, and it's really like somebody's just breathed in front of me and then vanished. I try and replicate how I was standing a few moments ago and pace backwards and start breathing more heavily to see if it was me, but there's nothing there. Pretty confused at this point, but I decided to just pick up the pace more. Now, I had one other scary experience before from being out in the woods I can think of now, but this was more to do with an animal than anything supernatural. I remember I'd gone somewhere and a big old moose appeared and it was extremely close to me. For whatever reason, it didn't really take notice of me, it just looked at me for a second, but I remember that scared me. But that feeling that I had was kind of beginning to loom over me, and I started to wonder if maybe there was a large animal like that around. Now this is when I noticed the first strange structure. It's something that I hadn't realised before. It's a large wooden structure that looks like 3 trees, kind of in a Stonehenge shape, but a little bit less spread out. This is really weird. It's like they've been carved by hand and placed upright. And what was really bizarre is that there isn't much snow in the middle. It seems like the ground is staying particularly dry here and not snow forming. Now, I think this is really bizarre because, well, where I am there shouldn't be anything like this. I would have been aware of it too, and I don't understand why I'd never noticed it before. It now becomes apparent that I'm not actually on the main path. I switch off my flashlight once more, and I just take a few seconds to take in everything. I'm trying to give my eyes some time to adjust to the darkness, and I look down at my battery. It's dropped down to 40% on the main flashlight thing, and that's a bit of a worry. Batteries drain pretty quick in the cold, and now I notice that there's more of the mist forming up ahead of me. I actually take a second just to assess what this actually is, but I can't figure out what it is. It's almost like a group of people standing there, kind of just like breathing or talking normally, but there's no one around, and it only seems to be spawning in a specific spot. Now, I once more get closer and try and figure out what this is, but I just can't. Now, it reminds me of a story of what one of my other Fire Ranger friends had told me about. Sorry to go off topic, but I think it's important because it might have been linked to what I saw. Now, one of my good friends had been working in the service for quite a number of years, and he would always try and prank us and pretend there was scary things out there. We never believed him, and sometimes he would actually get us with Halloween masks and stuff, and that was pretty creepy. But I remember one day that he come up to us and he looked very freaked out. He said, "Guys, I saw something and I don't know what it is." We ask him to elaborate, and he refuses for a while, but because I'm good friends with him, eventually he decides to tell me what he saw. Apparently, he thought he saw a fire, so he went over to investigate it. Apparently it was just a small red cherry glow, but that could be the start of something. Just as he got to where it was, it suddenly went out, and there was a very big mist that appeared, which is like a smoky white colour. It almost looked like there was a huge fire in terms of the amount of smoke, but nothing was burning. He said it stayed here for literally 3 or 4 minutes as he stared at this bewildered, until eventually it just vanishes. Now, the reason that I'm telling you this is because it was incredibly similar to what I saw in terms of how he described it, the way that it moved, the slight opaqueness of it, everything was just weird. I stood there for what must have been about a good 4 minutes before eventually I decided that, yeah, I'm probably gonna have to press through this now. I couldn't be waiting around here all day, and I decided to be brave and walk through it. I actually held my breath just before I did so because I didn't know if it was maybe some kind of dangerous chemical or something that had leaked out, but there wasn't anything. I eventually make it through after what felt like ages, to be honest, and I was actually gasping for breath. It probably took me a good 20 seconds to get through this. Eventually when I do, I turn around to try and figure out where it had gone, and I can't see it. I do think that I can see something just moving off into the distance, but I can't be sure. It was almost like a group of people had vanished, but one of them had just went off into the woods. Now, I'm a little bit freaked out, but again, I was here alone, so there's not really too much I can think of this. Now, I do notice something else very weird. There seems to be lots of really bizarre shaped footprints going off in different directions. They're all kind of like the hoof shaped, like the thing I'd seen earlier, but they're really far spread apart, like something quite tall had been walking. But it's walking as though that it's in complete arrogance to the trees that are there, like they don't exist, and again, I don't know what kind of animal could have done this. Now, I walk on. I haven't really got a direction this time. I just know that I need to keep going. I have a feeling that I'm in a bad spot, and that's when I see something. This time I was certain that I was seeing something that was actually there. It was very far away, but I can only describe this as something which is completely black, with these white tusk arm things that was about 4 feet tall that hops around. I only saw this for a couple of seconds and it vanishes, but it's probably the scariest part of the encounter for me. I don't want to describe it as like a demonic thing because again I'm not spiritual, but I don't really know what this was. It's like a really weird creature that would stand awkwardly and almost like it was just bent out too far and shouldn't be balanced, but it was. I flash on both the lights at the same time searching for it, but again I don't see anything. I then realise that I'm not too far from a lake that I'm actually familiar with, and that's when I noticed a strange glow coming from the other side of it. Now, it was kind of like a glow of like a power plant would give, I guess, in the horizon. Almost like heat waves of light just emanating out slowly, again in the white colour, but almost having more of an energy to it. I decide that I have to investigate. Now, I was actually stupidly close to the shoreline now, because one slip, one twisted ankle and I could go through the ice and no one would get me here. I'd die of hypothermia before rescuers could find me, but the sense of adventure had taken over. I turn my light around again, and I can't see anything. For a second, I'm sure I can make out the faint glow of 2 eyes, but I don't know if this is just an animal, so I'm not too worried. There's also strange sounds coming from over where the light is, and it's almost like lots of people talking played backwards, really far off, really far, like barely audible, but I could hear it. The forest was pretty quiet at this time, and I think it made it worse. I'm constantly flashing around with my lights, trying to just get whatever this is to show up more, but I can't see anything. Now, I know some people are asking me why wasn't I more scared of that weird thing I'd seen, and to be honest, I can't tell you that. It was almost like I was drawn into something, and a mixed personality had taken over where I was seeing weird things and they weren't welcoming, but they weren't worrying for whatever reason, like I had to go on further. I decided that I need to keep up my pace now, but I have some pretty good thoughts and I think, well, I don't want to fall in the water and die, so I go off now. At this part, the trees are a lot thicker than before, and that was a bit more reassuring. But that lake, I'm constantly hearing sounds from over where that lake is, and I just cannot for the life of me figure out what they are. I actually can't remember the sounds too well, and I don't know if it was because I was in a bit of a heightened state during the experience, but I just remember they were weird sounds, like scratching and things like that. Now I know it could have easily been a group of people on drugs or God knows what, but given the weather conditions I think that's extremely unlikely. Again, this is something one of my incredible colleagues told me that that's what this could have been, and joking that it was green men and aliens, but I don't understand it, because again, these people are so interested to hear what I was saying, and maybe they're denying it because they're scared of what I'm telling them, or just refuse to believe it, but that annoyed me. And I've always been somebody who has the ability to break down the physics of things. If something has happened, I don't immediately go to the irrational explanation. I think with a scientific mind, but it failed me this day, because I can't come up with much for what was happening to me. Now I continue on as the snow gets a little bit thicker now. I think the reason for this might have been because there weren't as many thin trees blocking out all of the snow to capture it. Just quite a few big ones with more space in between, but it did actually make my legs hurt. I noticed my knees are quite cold, so my remedy for this is once again to pick up the pace. I clear some of the snow that's actually settled on me, and I actually feel a bit better now. There's quite a big drop off down to the lake now, and I realise that I'm going uphill. What was weird though is that I haven't been to this area before, and I can't really find it. Even since I've been back to the forest again, I've never been able to find this exact spot. Now, it was like somebody had described the area that I was in to somebody else, and they'd tried to make it but not done it exactly the same. And you kind of know deep down that you're not in exactly the same place, but there's enough familiarity for you to feel confident in the situation. Now, as I get closer to the light that I could see, I realised that this definitely isn't moonlight, because it was kind of flickering like it had an electrical energy to it, and was kind of flashing around into the clouds a little bit. Not like lightning, but kind of like the northern lights, and that was what I find really bizarre. Just the whole energy of whatever this was is like nothing that I've ever seen before. A little bit scared now, I start to slowly pan around trying to see anything, but I can't find a thing. Every so often I hear sounds of movement behind me, but I can't be sure what this is. I decide that I just need to keep it moving, and that was one of the things that made me feel more safe in this situation now. I eventually come up onto the bend and I start approaching towards where the light is directly now. Now again, I'm not too scared or shy of adventures, so I have to keep pressing forward one step at a time. I do notice something odd, and that's that there aren't any steps up here. I know people might not have gone here in the daytime, but it does seem weird because there was just so many earlier that I'd seen pretty much everywhere. The snow had actually slowed down a little bit, and it wasn't as abrasive on my face, and this was quite nice. My nose and toes always seem to suffer, especially in the cold, along with my hands. I think I have a problem where they don't have very good blood, or they just seem to switch off in the cold, but it made the going a little bit tough and less comfortable. Now, had I found the ghost that I was looking for? Not just yet. So I decide that I need to go towards the light, but again, the way that the light is kind of bouncing off the clouds, almost like it's the northern lights, was just really strange. I was incredibly drawn into this, almost like I was looking at a hypnotist's watch. It was incredibly beautiful, but just really weird. I didn't know if it was related to an electrical storm, but it wouldn't really make sense for me. I have seen something bizarre while working on the service, so again, a little bit similar to this. I remembered one time that I was working. I was actually in the station and I just made myself a coffee. I went to step outside and had a look around at the sky at night just because it's so beautiful, and I do notice something odd. There's almost like a large blue electrical ball of light in the sky. It's opaque and not really visible, and it only lasted for a few seconds, but it's like nothing I've ever seen before. A few of my colleagues had actually reported seeing it as well while on duty at the exact same time that I did, and this kind of had the same characteristics, but it wasn't identical. But I want to find out what this is, and I wasn't as scared as I was before. Now, the closer I get, there's something else I notice which is pretty bizarre, and that's that the sky seems to be kind of imitating this very loosely. It's almost like somebody turned on a pulse of electricity through the clouds above me. It's almost like the northern lights are above the whole sky now, but extremely faint, but the same colour as the clouds, so again, it's almost like they were pulsating a bit. I did get scared because there's a eye condition that someone in my family has, which is actually a little bit similar to this, but I've been tested for it multiple times since and after this event, and it's always come up clear. But in the moment, I was pretty scared because I really worry about having issues with my vision. Now, luckily it turned out it wasn't my eyes, and I quickly did some tests by looking at the ground and things that weren't moving to realise that nothing was off. But why was the sky moving? I wasn't so sure what was happening, but I wasn't that far away now from where I needed to be. That's when I noticed another wooden structure. It's similar to what I've seen before, but it kind of form more of a hexagon type of shape. Every so often I would see these on either sides of the trail, and they seem to be increasing in frequency as I got closer to the light. I only saw about 3 more of them, but again, never seen it since. I stop for a moment, and I can see my breath on my light as I take my mask down just to try and get a better feel of what was happening. I shine the torch around, but again, I don't see much of anything. Don't know what I was expecting to see. I've just got the glow dead ahead of me now, and I know I have to get there. It's not much longer now before I'm there, so at least I've got that to look forward to, and I can eventually start heading back. I'm not sure how far I'd actually come at this point, but I've probably been walking for about a good 50 or 60 minutes. It doesn't sound like much, but usually you'll feel it more than I was in this situation, because walking in the snow is actually really difficult sometimes. And the cold can kind of zap out all of your energy. Now, I'm not too far away from where this is, and I can hear the voices again. It sounds like whispering. I can make out the odd word or two, but nothing seems to be in a language that I understand. It's definitely in a language though, and it hasn't increased in volume or anything since when I first heard it earlier. I don't know if it was there the whole time because I kind of just zoned out to it, but I suddenly noticed it much more than I had done earlier. And again, this is pretty weird to me because, like I said, I've never heard anything like it, and it was a bit creepy. Now, I eventually come up to the last clearing where the light should be, and I'm quite excited to get here. There seems to be lots of footsteps here everywhere, so I'm pretty convinced that I've made it back onto the main path now. I've got a good feeling now, and I know that there must be somebody there, so I feel pretty happy. So, what do? Take my steps around it. I can definitely hear the voices on the right side of me now, and I keep stopping every couple of seconds to approximate exactly where it is. Every so often I see movement up ahead of me, and I'm convinced that it's people out here now, so I feel much more relaxed and reassured. I'm now going down the last straight part that I have to go to, with the trees kind of forming an arch above me, and the snow still everywhere around me. Now, some people have asked me why did I keep going and what was I actually doing out there. That was my friends at work earlier, and I don't know. I guess it kind of felt like I'd been there for too long and I was at least going to get something out of it, and yeah. So, I continue up and I eventually find where the clearing is, and I realise that I've only got about another 20 feet of a walk to figure out what this is, and I can see movement again. I decide that the best thing to do in this situation is just to slowly sneak up on who or whatever it is up ahead of me. Now yes, I've got them, I think. I can see some more lights ahead too. I'd see 2, then 3, then they go out. I don't have my lights on at this point because I want the element of surprise. The snow is coming against me, but not directly in my face, so this is pretty pleasant. Now, I come up to where I can hear the voices finally getting louder and louder, and my excitement is growing. It feels like I've been here for too long trying to figure out what is actually going on, and I'm gonna get my taste of it soon. I am kind of looking over my shoulder every so often though, because I do hear sounds like I'm being followed. Again, I keep thinking I'm seeing movement, but there's not much of anything when I focus, so I try not to think of it. I don't actually have my torch on now, so I can't verify the fact that there's nothing there. But again, I just presumed it was people. And I thought, well, they haven't said anything to me, and I'm not disturbing them, so why are they going to be annoyed at me? It was almost like an overconfidence, and eventually, I come up to the tree line and the clearing. I start going a lot slower now as I get closer and closer to where I can hear them all. Now the chanting is still illegible, and I take my first step up, and I look around and I can see what must be hundreds of people all standing around the edge of some kind of clearing. They've all got their hands raised up and they're making some weird chanting sound. Now they're not actually that close to me, so it's pretty difficult to make out how tall they are, but these things seem really small. I say things because I don't know if they were people unless they were on their knees, but that's what it looked like. I start to shake a little bit as I feel a lot more like I'm in danger now. I decide that I'm gonna slowly turn my flashlight on for a second and figure out what this actually is. My eyes adjust more and more to the darkness every couple of seconds, and I notice something wrong. They don't look like normal people. The shape of them's all wrong and their arms are too long. And they're all either wearing some white things on their arms, but it looks very pointy, just like the things I'd seen earlier. I try as best I can to slowly flicker on the torch, but I cannot do it. Again, I start shaking more and more and try and press it, but nothing happens. I keep on and on flicking until eventually it flashes on, and for a split second I can see these things. They're like very dark small creatures with weird pointy arms, all facing up to the sky making some weird sounds. Their mouths are what really scare me. It's like just a circle with lots of jagged teeth. And just as I'm taking this all in, they suddenly vanish, and so does the sounds. I quickly fire the torch around everywhere trying to see where they've gone, but I can't see anything. I can hear my heartbeat in my ears like a constant rhythmic drum. And then, a few moments later, I hear movement, rustling and the sounds as though hundreds of people are all coming towards me suddenly, and I take off. I turn my torch on and quickly dart up ahead of myself, constantly looking over my shoulder with the torch. What I have just seen, I don't know, but I knew that I was in danger and had to get out of there. Luckily, I can retrace my footprints for most of the journey until I get away from the clearing. I can hear the sounds are still coming after me, just much slower than me, but they're still coming. I stop for a second and fire the torch around everywhere but can't see anything, and I drop it. Now, I managed to drop it not only into the snow, but face first, and that also means there's no light illuminating back at me, it's kind of buried. Just as I say to myself, you've got to be kidding me, I can hear something else not far up ahead of me. So I take off. Thank God I actually brought the other torch with me, because I'm absolutely certain at the fact that I would have had cardiac arrest otherwise. Now, the only problem I've got is the other torch isn't that easily accessible right now. I put it away when I was trying to hide and be not heard, but now I'm starting to think that wasn't really a good idea. And because I've had this on and so close to my face, I haven't really adjusted to the dark, and I don't know where I'm going. I used to be quite good at long distance cross country, so I have that in my favour, but I soon realise those years are way behind me, and I come up to a point where there's two paths. One's much smaller and seems untrodden but should be closer to where I need to get to. The other is what seems to be closer to where the light is, and I have to choose the latter. Now I take off down this path, and I keep fumbling trying to get the other torch on, but for whatever reason I just can't seem to do it. I don't know if it was for the fact that it was in the cold for too long, but in those moments it just would not come back to life again, and I'm just hitting it on my palm constantly. Now it's extremely difficult to navigate in this moment. I think I know where I'm going, but I can't really tell. There's clearly lots and lots of different footprints on this path, and I can't tell if they're normal or not because I was rushing so much, but it gives me some reassurance that I must be going in a relatively good direction to escape whatever this is. Now I should mention at this point that the sounds are long gone. I'd absolutely blitzed something that seemed like it couldn't go much quicker than a light walking pace, but it didn't matter. I don't know what was chasing me or why. I don't know what I'd just disturbed. Eventually, I flick my torch on again, and I illuminate the rest of the way back. I turn it off again quickly because I'm not sure how good the battery is and I really needed to conserve it. I stop for a few moments to collect my breath and look around me, and I think I know my bearings now, and I start to walk. The only reason that I had to walk now is because I was so out of breath and exhausted from moving in the snow that I generally was going to have to crawl the rest of the way out otherwise. I now make it up to another clearing where I can see the lake. I look around everywhere, and what's really weird, I can't see the light glow that I saw earlier. It's genuinely nowhere. I was convinced I should still at least be able to see that out of all things, but there's literally nothing. I don't get it. And the sky, it still didn't look right, but it wasn't like before. So where did the light go? I didn't have much time to focus on it, but I was truly perplexed, and this is something that I still think about now. I managed to get my torch on again, and I don't know, it sounds stupid, but I was trying to recharge whatever energy it was and fire it around everywhere, hoping to see the light again, just to know it was there. But again, I don't see anything. Now, I'm pretty spooked out now, but I have to keep going. I eventually make it into a more familiar area, and I'm actually feeling confident finally. I've adopted more of a walking pace because I was a little bit worried that if anyone was out there and I ran up on them, they might think I was trying to attack them. I do stop constantly though, and look around, desperately trying to see something or anything around me. But again, I can't see anything or anyone. I was desperately hoping that I'd see a group of people, just to explain what I'd seen, or at least to be able to tell somebody, but I can't see anything. The snow's picked up a little bit more now, and it wasn't pleasant. I realised too that I must have been out of here for quite a long while because the battery's virtually entirely drained on the torch. I know because it's gone pretty dim. I probably have the worst torch in the world because when the battery's low it goes really dim to conserve it, but it doesn't last very long, so what's the point? The other light that I have is far superior, but that's long gone. I decide to leave it for whatever's out there to enjoy it. I know I'm never seeing that thing again. I'm someone who usually hates losing things too, but I was so scared I didn't even think about trying to recover it. Now, the trees are getting thinner and thinner, and that gives me a pretty good idea that I'm not too far away from where I need to be now. I can't be 100% certain that I'm back to safety, but this is a pretty good indicator of it being the case. Now, I continue this walking pace, and I'm constantly looking behind myself. Now, momentarily, I start shaking again and don't know why. Then suddenly, I realise I hear something making a screeching sound. It's kind of at a medium volume, but it sounds like it's coming from exactly behind where I was. I'm not so worried now because with a few steps, I'm eventually back to where the forest ends, and I'm not too far from safety. I look around for anything to have been following me, but I can't see anything. And I quickly make my way over to my car. I start it up, turn the lights on full, and take one last look into the forest, and I can't see anything. I get back into my car and drive the rest of the way home, completely in shock about the whole experience. Now, I really don't know what happened to me that day, and I truly don't like sharing my story with colleagues at work because they don't really listen to me. But I know what I saw, and I don't know what it was. It could have been spiritual, it could have been anything, but I sure as hell don't have a clue what that was, and that scares me.